Michelle, I apologize, Zoom team. Let me just say welcome again, that we are here in Las Cruces and recording this meeting for note-taking purposes only. And we are so glad you're all here to participate in conversation about the EP Electric's 20-year plan called the Integrated Resources Plan. Today, we're going to work on the Statement of Need and Action Plan. And I know there's some great ideas out there about those two parts of the Integrated Resource Plan. We hope to build consensus on the Statement of Need. We also want to identify action plan items where the stakeholders have priority concerns, the most questions, suggested edits, and we want to work together towards shared agreed language for the action plan. In particular, those action plan topics that are of highest priority to stakeholders. We will also communicate how this work will come to a close in preparation for the utility's submission of their plan by October 1st of 2025. So our agenda, hopefully you've enjoyed the coffee and fruit. We'll do a welcome. We'll then hear from the leadership of EP Electric regarding their vision for 2040. Alan, thank you. Am I still?
Move the mouse off the mute button.
Oh, great idea. Thank you. I apologize to our Zoom folks. See, this is a subliminal message that we want you here in person. I apologize for that. You'll see the agenda here. I won't repeat it. The morning is focused on the statement of need. The afternoon is focused on the action plan. Those will include discussions. They will include reflection. And then we will take a poll. We want to take the temperature of those in the room and those in the Zoom room to understand your level of agreement with those two pieces of the IRP before we leave today. We will summarize and adjourn by 4 o'clock. Lunch is provided. So thank you for being here and participating with us. Now, Alan, my problem is, here's some norms. At each workshop, we suggest some norms. Those of you on Zoom, please use Katie Wu, our facilitator online, if you need any support. Some of the audio in the room here in Las Cruces may not be that great for those on Zoom, but hopefully you can hear the speaker, and we'll try to repeat the key information for those on Zoom. Please connect with Katie if you have concerns or questions, and please raise your hand when and if you wish to speak. For those in the room, again, our norms are as they have been for the past 7 workshops. Please, during presentations, hold your question until the presenter is finished and then raise your hand to be called on for question and answer. Continue to be respectful with your comments and give people the benefit of the doubt. We're all working constructively to try to express our concerns, but work with good intentions. Please share your ideas and leave time for others. We've had 7 workshops and 7 office hour sessions to date, and we greatly appreciate all of your time in participating in this long journey that we've been on. We've explored many topics, and now we're at the end part of the process, which is to discuss and provide input from the stakeholders on the Statement of Need and Action Plan. So it is indeed been an interesting journey, and hopefully it's been productive for all of you. It has been for us. At this point, I would like to do introductions. We are first going to ask the Zoom crew to come off of mute and give your name and your organization. Then we will do the same here in the room in Las Cruces, so we know who is in both rooms. Following that, we will ask the EPE team, starting with your executive leadership team. We know we're very grateful to have presence from the executive leaders in the room. We'll ask you to introduce yourself, and then we'll hear from the rest of the EPE representatives in the room. So, Katie, let me turn to you and ask you to come off mute so we can also see your face and your camera, and people will be able to have you go around the room and ask people to introduce themselves. So, Katie, can you please come off mute?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. My name is Katie Wu. I'm a senior fellow with GridWorks. Really happy to be with you all today and supporting the virtual facilitation. I will pass this to Ben Elsey at E3. Ben, if you're speaking, oh, here we go.
Ben, we're not hearing. There you go. Yep.
Hey,
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. I'm from E3 Consulting. Okay. Yep, so just I'll be quick. So Ben Elsey here from E3 Consulting. I've been helping EP with the modeling effort for this.
Thank you.
Do you want me to go down the list of participants, Margie?
That would be great, Katie. Thank you.
Great. We will go as close to alphabetical as I can manage. We'll go next to Anastasia Stevens.
Good morning, this is Anastasia Stevens. I'm on the road, so I'm sorry I won't be able to use my video. Otherwise, it's a total chin view. But we're grateful to be here. Thank you.
No worries. Travel safely, Anastasia. Next, we'll go to Kara Lynch.
Morning, everyone. My name's Kara Lynch. I'm an attorney for the Coalition for Clean, Affordable Energy. I'm here with Ramon Altore from SWEEP. I don't know if we want to pass it over to him at this time.
Sure. Why don't we go to Ramon and then we'll come back to Cynthia Mitchell.
Great. Yeah, this is Ramon Alatorre with SWEEP. Just a note, I'm going to be kind of in and out of the meeting all day today. I've got settlement negotiations in Colorado today.
Thanks, Ramon. Cynthia, go ahead.
Good morning, Cynthia Mitchell. I am PRC staff's consultant on the EPE IRP.
Great. Welcome, Cynthia. Next, Daniel Vaughn.
Hey everyone, my name's Daniel. I'm here with Boardplex Digital Assets. Thank you to the GridWorks team, EP team, and E3 team for all their work up until this point. Much appreciated.
Thanks, Daniel. Doug Patterson.
Hi, good morning. Doug Patterson, Black Forest Partners and Southline Transmission.
Great. Welcome, Doug. I see an El Paso Electric Zoom. Is that a group of people or an individual from El Paso Electric?
Katie, it might be our in-room proxy
Oh, great.
connection to you all. Sorry, I didn't let you know that was happening. Yep.
No problem. Glad to hear that you have an in-room connection too.
I think it's Alejandro is running the keyboard.
Okay, fabulous. Gina Gargano Amari. Perhaps Gina had to step away from the computer for a moment. Okay, next, why don't we go to Hope C.
My name's Hope Castleberry, and I'm from Holloman.
Great, welcome, Hope. Judith Ammer.
Yes, I'm an attorney with the legal division staff at the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission. And I am joined by other staff members, I believe Orland Whitney.
Great. Welcome, everyone. Kyle Smith.
Good morning to you all. My name is Kyle Smith. I'm an attorney with the United States Army, representing the Department of Defense and federal executive agencies around the country in regulatory proceedings, including for EPE in New Mexico. I also may be on and off this meeting today because I'm trying to finalize a settlement in Alaska and working on some things to prepare for EPE's rate case in Texas that starts in 2 weeks. So.
Great. Thanks, Kyle. Keith Herman.
Good morning, everyone. Keith Herman with Doñana County, outside counsel for Doñana County.
Welcome, Keith. Leo Shi.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Leo, and I represent Base Power Company.
Fantastic. Welcome, Leo. Patrick Chavez. Patrick, I see that you're unmuted and on video, but I didn't hear your introduction. Maybe it was just me.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, my name is Patrick Chavez. I'm the Executive Director of Energy Services for New Mexico State University.
Great. Welcome, Patrick. Phil Simpson.
Yes, good morning. I'm Phil Simpson. I'm one of the stakeholders who has been engaging with the IRP informally in Las Cruces. I'm up in Seattle right now. Apologies for not being able to attend in person.
No worries. We're glad to have you, Phil. Tony Reyes.
I'm Tony Reyes. I'm with El Paso Electric in the Energy Efficiency Department. I'm one of the engineers here working on primarily New Mexico commercial programs.
Great. And Victor Silva.
Good morning, Victor Silva, El Paso Electric Energy Efficiency Manager.
Welcome, Victor. Was there anyone who didn't introduce themselves? Okay, back to you, Margie.
Great. Thanks, Katie, and welcome on Zoom, all of you. Let's now go around the room here in Las Cruces. Please, stakeholders at these three tables, please introduce yourselves and your organization. So, Chris, would you like to begin?
Robert Jackson, Ray Capital. Randy Rankin, stakeholder, customer from Las Cruces. Darla Mahoney, City of Cruces.
Dwight.
Dwight Agries, customer, resident of Las Cruces. Steve Fishman, customer.
Jose.
Jose Barra, with digital and Western.
Great, thank you.
Sam Doctors, right there. Alan Downs, right there. We say customer, the Mexican public regulation.
I'm sorry, Orland, could you repeat that? Thank you.
PRC, not necessarily a stakeholder. It's a regulatory authority tasked with evaluating its efficiency and procedural compliance of the IRP.
Thank you. Is there any stakeholder that we missed? I think that's all. Now let's ask the EP Electric team. Let's begin maybe with the executive leadership team. Dave, would you like to begin? And then we'll go around the room.
Yeah, Dave Hawkins, Vice President Operational Support. Well, that's what I do.
Great, great. And Jim?
And she's still Vice President of Regulatory and Customer Solutions for El Paso.
Great. Jessica?
Jessica Christensen, Vice President of Business Development, El Paso Electric.
And has Omar been able to? Omar, please. Great. Is there anybody on the leadership team that I've missed? All right, let's go around the table. George, would you like to start from the EP Electric team?
Sure. George Novella, Senior Director of Regulatory Policy.
Great.
supporting the Vinos Plaza, to provide availability for energy solutions.
Great.
Luz Aragon, Senior Project Manager for Electrification.
Eric Alvan, engineer with the Golden Research Data Knowledge Department.
Angel Rodriguez, Manager of Transportation and Electrification. Leslie Padilla, in-house counsel for, the mostly human storage. And Adina Soto, Manager of Research and Data Analytics.
Great, thank you. Please, yes, go ahead.
Ivan Mejorado, Governmental Affairs Specialist with Paso.
Ronnie Smith, Associate Analyst with Market Development Research Strategy.
Larissa, Analyst with the same department. Income Analyst with the department.
Great, Emmanuel.
Emmanuel Villalobos, Director for Market Development.
Okay. And Judy Carson, Regional Manager for Regulatory Research.
My name is Brian Zareki. I'm a economist and movement extension. And Curtis Hutchison, Manager of Regulatory Project Management.
And Omar, next to you, to your right, please. Oh, both of you. Go ahead.
Rico Gonzalez, Regulatory.
Nice to see you, Rico.
Chris Lyons, Senator Chris Lyons.
Ah, Chris, we're going to invite you up to one of these three tables, please. I think you're warrant a place in the front. Thank you for being here. As you see, we're really pleased that El Paso Electric was able to make so many subject matter experts and leadership members available for the conversation today. It's a critical discussion about statement of need and action plan, and we appreciate access to so much knowledge and leadership perspective. So thank you all for being here and making the time to join us. Our next phase here is to hear more from the El Paso Electric and E3 team. So we've asked Dave to give a sense of taking us into the future, 2045. Where does EP Electric see the future of the utility? After he presents his thoughts about that, we'll have just a couple of minutes for quick clarification questions. Then we'll have Ben give the update on the modeling results, and then we'll go into the discussion about statement of need. So Dave, let me ask you up to the podium. We will take down these slides, and I know we'll call up your slide deck. I don't know if you want to start from the beginning. Let me pull that up. What do you think?
That's fine. I don't have a slide myself, so whoever slide comes up after us. I think that's the order we'll go.
That sounds great. Let me just put you up on the. I'll just have that up for your, and the people will be able to see you, Dave, if you stand here. This is the camera, and they'll be able to see you on Zoom. Thank you.
Very good. Well, I appreciate everyone turning out to Las Cruces today. It's been a process. I understand that, I get feedback from different parties, and there's a lot of rigor to it. I think there's a lot of cooperation. There's probably a lot of frustration, and together, I think if we come together today, we'll understand each other a lot better. But I want to share El Paso Electric's vision as a company. And our vision as a company is pretty straightforward. It's together we are powering the economic growth, innovation, and prosperity of the region. And that's not dissimilar to Governor Lujan's, to Mayor Enriquez's, to New Mexico State University, who are looking to attract jobs and businesses to the region. And as we go, one other key point to remember is we are also a Texas utility along with New Mexico. And we hear from Texas about New Mexico and New Mexico about Texas. And we take all those things into consideration as we're as we're formulating our plan for the future, not just for New Mexico, but for Texas. And then what can complement each other as system needs, and how can we work together to make those processes more efficient? So we are guided obviously by reliability in whatever we come up with. And also for any economic, we don't want to burden customers in New Mexico by anything that goes beyond what is spelled out for us in the REA or the IRP rules. There's been a lot of interesting projects that I think have come forward: demand, energy, response, solar, battery, all the things that we are looking at. And so as we talk today, recognize guided by reliability, guided by not excessive economic impacts to customers, that we work together to find a solution. So that's all I have for our vision. Obviously, when you go out to 2045, a lot of things have changed from a year ago or from 3 years ago. What type of loads are we seeing? It's no longer 2 megawatt loads or 5 megawatt loads. We're talking hundreds of megawatts. How does that play into the future? And a lot of that will be guided by the REA rules, will be guided by economic models, new laws being introduced. So the vision is still comply with the REA in New Mexico, and also to attract businesses and overall just be an efficient, reliable utility for our customers. So with that, I turn it over to whatever's next.
Thank you.
Margie, you're next.
Any quick clarification questions? We're not going to debate vision, but do you have any clarification questions for Dave before we move on?
We can debate reliability and not burdening our customers.
Okay, good. Great. All right. Thank you. And thank you for being here. The next piece is, I think Ben will like to ask you to describe the update on the modeling results, in particular, talk about the carbon emissions footprint of the various scenarios, since that's something stakeholders asked for. So Ben, let me ask you to come off mute and enable your video. And can you see the slide deck, Ben?
I cannot see the slide deck, no, Margie. I only see you right now.
Excellent. I am going to fix that. How about now, Ben?
It's coming up. Yep, I can see it now. Perfect. Thank you. And then if you can skip ahead, Margie, down to the first modeling slide, if you could.
Yep.
Hang on, Ben, we're just getting you in presentation mode. There we go.
All right, Ben, you're good to go. You want me to skip to 9?
Yeah, let's go ahead and get to 9. So I have maybe 15 slides today and only 15 minutes to present. So my plan, most of this information has been shown before. So I'm going to stop on a couple of slides, go into a deeper dive on just a few slides, and then the information is here for any stakeholders if they want to take a deeper dive at their leisure. So first of all, just to describe kind of this graph, what we're seeing here on the left-hand side is the range of utility scale resources selected across the 11 or 12 scenarios that we modeled. So the way to read this chart is in 2030, so the left-hand side of the chart, you'll see there's a range of solar between 0 megawatts and 437 megawatts. So that means in one case, there was no solar selected. In another case, there was up to 437 megawatts. The white diamond represents the average. So the average across the 12 scenarios was 143 megawatts of solar resources being selected. So if you were to look at this chart, you can see over time, as you go out into the future, as generation retires, as load increases, you need more resources to meet the need. And that is predominantly made up on the utility scale side from solar and storage, 4-hour lithium-ion battery energy storage, and a relatively small amount of wind generation based on the generic costs we modeled. Just kind of flagging here just very quickly, we're only showing the utility scale resources on this graph for the simple reason is the other demand side resources and also some of the emerging technologies were only modeled in fixed quantities in certain scenarios. So if I was to show 100 megawatt demand response, for example, it would actually appear to have less value on this chart for the simple reason it was only selected in one scenario and its average would come down. So happy to add them in there, but just want to caveat that it would be a little bit kind of confusing to have them on this chart. If we go to the next slide here, please, Margie. Again, just in the interest of time, I'm not going to read out this chart in detail. I would just kind of explain how it should be read for stakeholders. So this is the New Mexico resource build in 2030 by scenario. So the scenarios down the left-hand side, including the higher load forecast at the bottom, and the columns represent the installed capacity on a megawatt basis. So for example, in 2030, on the least cost plus REA case, there's 189 megawatts of solar, 705 megawatts of 4-hour lithium-ion storage, and then 4 megawatts of wind assigned to New Mexico. And if we go to the next slide, Margie. This slide is the same data presented on the prior slide, just presented in graph format rather than table format. So these numbers should kind of align and match. And essentially, the main takeaway from this slide is across all of the scenarios, excluding the emergent tech scenarios, which is somewhat of an outlier, you'll see there's a need between 420 and 902 megawatt of new generic solar, storage, and wind resources. And again, predominantly in this case, driven by new solar and a large amount of battery energy storage and relatively small amounts of wind resource build. If we go to the next slide, please, Margie. I will just pause here just a moment because I think this is a kind of important slide for today's conversation. The way to read this chart is essentially the two bars at the bottom is our base load forecast and our high electrification forecast. And this shows you the quantity of resource builds in 2030 for those two scenarios. And you'll see they're pretty close. The two forecasts are very similar in the beginning and they kind of diverge over time. So in 2030, you see a similar amount of solar and storage being added under those two forecasts. The kind of the outlier here is the additional large load forecast. As Dave was just saying in his opening remarks, the kind of the interconnection from customers has gone from 5 megawatts, many years ago, to now you start to see customers come in with several hundred megawatts of load. So if you obviously bring those large customers on, you also need to bring generation with it. And as you can see, there's a much larger build out of solar resources and 4-hour lithium-ion storage, and a little bit more wind coming in under this case. If we go to the next slide, please, Margie. Again, not going to sit here in the interest of time and read out these numbers, but this is the same table as I showed earlier, but this is now the resource builds through the entire planning horizon. So through the 20 years extended to 2045. Obviously, over this longer time frame, you see a much larger build out. You see the continuous adoption of PV utility scale solar, battery energy storage, and you're starting to see some more wind come into the mix. And also, if you look to the right-hand side, you'll see the demand-side resources and the emergent technology that was kind of inserted into each of those scenarios. And if we go down to the next slide, Margie. Again, just demonstrating the same table here in chart format. If you look at all of the scenarios, you see anywhere between 1,200 megawatts and 2,100 megawatts of new utility scale resources, solar, storage, and wind. And obviously, there's been a lot of discussion in our meetings to date on potential demand size alternatives. If you were to have demand side, as you see in the chart, and if you're more of the resource need. And again, just flagging here, mostly a build out of solar, 4-hour lithium-ion storage, and then a relatively small amount of wind. But just really want to caveat, this is all based on generic assumptions. As EP go out and do competitive procurements in the future, we may see that dynamic change if wind comes in lower cost or solar comes in higher cost, just as two examples in future RFPs. Okay, and if we go to the next slide, Margie. This is kind of the same story as I described earlier on as we look across the two load forecasts. The difference as we look through 2045 is if you compare the base forecast to the high electrification forecast, now you see that divergence and you start seeing more resources on the high electrification forecast. And that's as you continue to see increased EV adoption over the entire planning horizon. So you start seeing more solar, more storage, about the same amount of wind being added. And then, of course, if you look at that top bar and you see the continued ramp up of large customers, you see that need for a pretty significant amount of additional supply side resources. If we go to slide 16, I do want to just slow down just a little bit because I think this is a kind of maybe a key discussion point for today's conversation. So all of the modeling that has been presented thus far is based on the most cost-effective portfolio of resources that meets the reliability requirements and the RPS requirements in New Mexico. So the model optimizes to the lowest cost solution while meeting those constraints. If we look here, this is the results of forcing in alternatives to supply side resources. Now, I just want to flag this is an avoided cost analysis. It's not a savings analysis. In other words, the model does not include the cost to implement these programs or alternatively the cost to rebuild the Eddy HVD C-type. So if you look at the first line item, just to kind of be able to review this, by rebuilding the Eddy tie and having 200 megawatts of energy flow bidirectionally and only 70 megawatts of accredited capacity, your avoided costs on a nominal basis from 2026 to 2045 is $821 million. On a net present value basis, that is just shy of $375 million. Roughly equates to about $50 million a year, 260 kW year as well in avoided costs. Again, in the interest of time, this has been presented previously. I won't read through all of them, but if you just kind of follow that same logic down through each of the scenarios and sensitivities, that will provide your avoided cost metric, which in turn can be calculated into a break-even metric. And if we go to slide 17, this one, I've only paused on briefly here. We've presented this slide at least in one meeting, maybe two. This shows the least cost scenario under both a low and high natural gas and market energy price forecast. If you see under a low commodity price forecast, you're seeing about just shy of $500 million in savings on a nominal basis, $233 million on a net present value basis. And then under a high forecast, you see the common the opposite being true, an additional $500 million in costs on a nominal basis, $239 million on the net present value. Now, to be clear, most of this or these savings or cost increase are not driven by changes to the resource build. These are really just changes or savings and cost increase driven by changes to the underlying commodity prices. So this sensitivity really did not produce different results in terms of the resource build. And then to slide 18, Margie. Again, just summarizing here, we did force in two emerging technologies scenario. We forced in a case where we had 200 megawatts of long duration energy storage. It was 100-hour storage. And we also forced in a case where we had a combined cycle with carbon capture shown in the orange on the chart. Neither of these solutions was optimally selected by the model. In other words, they are more expensive than the least cost plus REA base case. And you can see that in the table to the bottom right. But just flagging that these emerging technologies, obviously there's a higher uncertainty in their price today, just because there's not many contracts out there. There's not many existing projects. And also over time, if it follows the trend of other technologies, wind, solar, storage, for example, you could expect those costs to decline and they may have a place for EPE's long-term resource plan. Okay, and if we go to slide 19, Margie, I promise I'm going to slow down just a little bit here since this is new information. And what we are looking at here is system-wide carbon dioxide emissions by scenario 2030 through 2045. So first of all, I really want to draw everyone's attention to the box here at the top of the screen. So just to be clear, all scenarios that we modeled either meet or exceed New Mexico's annual RPS requirement, and ultimately they meet New Mexico's 2045 carbon-free requirement. So if we could somehow separate the system dispatch between Texas and New Mexico and only show you New Mexico, then you would see in 2045, essentially this would be zero. There would be no incremental or new carbon emissions in New Mexico. But here we're presenting it on the system basis. That's how EP dispatches their system. And the way to read these two tables, on the left-hand side is cumulative metric tons of carbon emissions. I've just picked out the 4 interval years here, so 2030, 2035, 40, and 45. So for example, the least cost plus REA in 2030 would have about 3.3 million metric tons of carbon dioxide. And then that obviously increases year upon year as you kind of add those years together. And then on the right-hand side is the percentage difference to the least cost plus REA base case. So if you were to go down, let's just pick the first one that has a substantial difference. The third line item, least cost plus REA under a high gas and market price sensitivity, you could see there's about a 4 to 7% reduction in carbon emissions under the high gas price. Kind of makes sense, right? High gas prices, you're going to be dispatching your gas generation a little bit less. You're going to be building more renewables. You're going to likely drive down carbon emissions. Just because there's been a lot of interest in the demand side scenarios, I did put kind of 2 footnotes on this chart. The first is the residential DER, so the penultimate line item here, the second from bottom line item. You're going to see the biggest reduction in carbon emissions, about 12% carbon emissions under just the residential DER case. Now, I just want to flag that that isn't necessarily just because there's a greater carbon emissions from customer-sited solar and storage over utility scale. The reason you're seeing a kind of a bigger impact here is because we're allowing for 25,000 DR-enabled homes. 50% of them are actually sited in Texas. So this is one of the few scenarios where you are actually driving down Texas's carbon emissions because the scenario was designed in a way to site generation in Texas. And I also would like to flag one which is maybe a little bit surprising to some people, which is the third from bottom line item, which is the residential time of use rates. So this is if you only do time of use rates and you do not do DERs. You actually see carbon emissions tick up by about 4 to 5% under this case. Now, while that may seem counterintuitive at first, what's actually happening is you're shifting load from hours where you have high solar production, and you're shifting them into the hours where you have generation headroom. That generation headroom is natural gas for the most part. So just doing time of use rates, it avoids a lot of resource build. You don't have to build new resources to meet the peak, but you are shifting load into hours where you have generation headroom. And then Margie, if we go to the final slide here. This was, hopefully Ramon's still on. I know he had to hop between calls, but we did do some additional information on the social cost of carbon at his behest here. And what we're showing here is a new social cost of carbon case compared to a least cost plus REA resource build, where we then introduce the social cost of carbon. So if you look at an optimized model where you optimize the model inclusive of the social cost of carbon, you end up adding an additional 244 megawatts of solar over the planning period and 118 megawatt fewer 4-hour batteries. That does peak to a slightly different number. At one stage, you add up to a 550 megawatts of additional solar and 200 megawatts fewer batteries in 2031. What you see on the chart in the bottom left is the difference in carbon emissions. So the green line is the re-optimized carbon emissions under the additional solar and fewer batteries. The red line represents the original resource build for the least cost plus REA case, but now re-optimized with the social cost of carbon after. And what you end up with is increased portfolio costs on a nominal basis of $465 million from 26 to 45, or about $213 million on a net present value basis. So Ramon, hopefully that makes sense to you. Hopefully that answers your question and Cara's question. And I think, Margie, with that, I am at my last slide, and that is probably the quickest I've ever done that. So hopefully that met your 15-minute requirement, Margie.
Thank you, Ben. And let me just make a couple of comments about these materials. Most of this, except for the carbon emissions and the updated social cost of carbon analysis, were presented on the July 16th office hour. So there's more detailed slides on the website regarding those. We asked Ben today to really summarize the bottom lines to inform the statement of need. So before we take questions, we'd like to address all the questions in the small group discussions. Unless there's a clarification or two, I think, Randy, you might have requested a clarification. Do we want to go how we have been on? You want to ask your question, Randy? Please go ahead.
Sure, real quick. Slide 12. It appeared to me that the base load is larger than the high electrification, which is kind of a surprise and contrary to what it is in slide 15, which is 2045. Is that just a mislabeling of those two? Or is there something I'm not capturing?
It's so, and sorry, I am struggling to hear the room. Was that Randy? Sorry, Margie?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Yes. So Randy, it is not a mislabeling. It actually is the modeling results. I would say, in addition to kind of peak demand, which is really what we're concentrating here, under the high electrification load, there are some different changes in the load profile caused by managed charging of EVs. And I suspect that managed charging impact to profile is having this somewhat slight impact on the capacity build. And that's why you see slightly different numbers here.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ben.
Can I?
Yes.
From Simpson, I know you sent a couple clarifications this morning. So Phil, if I don't capture these, please speak up. Then Phil is asking, are retirements included in the capacity shortfall numbers?
I'm going to repeat back the questions, Margie, just to make sure I heard them correctly. The question, as I heard it, was, are generator retirements included in the capacity shortfall numbers? And the answer is yes, they are. We have assumed all of the generators and the PPAs either retire or expire at their currently scheduled retirement or expiration dates.
Thank you. Okay, and then there's a second question. Looking at the statement of need renewable numbers, asking solar and wind, why do they not add up? Phil, did I capture that, or do you want to articulate your question?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you very well. Could you repeat that?
Sure. So I'm taking question number 2 from your email this morning, asking why the wind and solar renewable numbers in the statement of need don't add up. And we need a little more context.
Yes, I think it was on slide 10. The top line was baseline, and it was 189 plus, this one, 189 solar plus 4 wind. But elsewhere in the statement of need, I think you said the nameplate renewables requirement was 254 megawatts, and I was just wondering about the difference.
If the 254 megawatt need, and I'm going from memory here, Phil, it is not a nameplate number. So if that's stated somewhere, that is incorrect. The 254 megawatt need is an accredited capacity need.
Okay. Okay, great. That makes sense. Thank you.
So Ben, on that point, can we just for folks, as we're looking at these numbers, the nameplate versus accredited capacity. So encourage people to be very careful when you're looking at units and numbers. Do you want to do just a quick explanation for the group on nameplate versus accredited capacity, please?
Sure. So nameplate capacity, or kind of maximum capacity, is a resource's maximum output. So if we say we have a solar facility that has a nameplate capacity or an installed capacity of 100 megawatts, what we're really talking about there is its maximum output at one point in time is 100 megawatts. When we talk about accredited capacity, we're talking about how much that resource can be relied upon to meet critical periods of reliability stress through the year. So all resources are not perfect. There's not a single perfect resource out there. So no resource gets 100% accreditation compared to its nameplate. But the more a resource is kind of dispatchable, it can be turned on when it's needed, the more its generation output aligns with the periods of stress on an electric system, the higher its accredited capacity would be. And to calculate that value, we conduct what we call effective load carrying capability studies to do a probabilistic determination of what that value would be.
Thank you.
Ben.
Kathy, anything else on Zoom?
Yes, we have Kara Litch. Kara has a clarifying question.
Yes, two questions actually. The first one will touch upon this nameplate and accredited issue that Ben was just talking about. Does the nameplate and or accredited value affect analysis of cost effectiveness at all?
Carrie, you broke up for me a little bit. Did you say, does the accredited capacity impact the cost analysis? Was that correct?
Well, accredited and nameplate capacity affect the cost effectiveness analysis.
So the nameplate in itself does, but not from a capacity perspective. So if you go back to the kind of that example I gave of that 100 megawatt solar facility, the fact that it has 100 megawatts of nameplate capacity essentially means from an energy perspective, it can deliver 100 megawatts of energy at any one point in time. So that absolutely does impact the cost analysis, but from an energy perspective. When we look at the cost impact from a capacity perspective, we only really care about accredited capacity. So let's just say that solar facility gets 30%, just as an example. Then that solar facility will get 30 megawatts of accredited capacity that counts towards EPE's reliability metric for capacity. So the higher that value would be, the fewer resources you would need to meet the plan and reserve margin requirement. So that impacts the capacity component of the economic analysis.
Okay, so let me just ask a question for me to clarify my understanding. If the nameplate capacity is 100 megawatts, but the accredited capacity is 30 megawatts, it may be more cost effective from a nameplate capacity analysis to build that solar facility, but not cost effective necessarily from an accredited capacity perspective?
Well, the way I'd word it, Cara, is the way the model works is it optimizes to the lowest cost solution. So the model is going to solve the lowest cost while meeting certain reliability and renewable portfolio standards constraints. So the model has to meet the plan and reserve margin requirement, which is a capacity-based metric. And it also has to meet EPE's hourly energy needs. So the model is going to do that calculation and say the optimal solution is to build these resource types with this energy output and this accredited capacity. So in some respects, you're right, but I would say that the model takes that into account as it conducts its optimization.
Okay, one more question on this topic.
Kara,
Accredited.
Kara,
Can you hear? You can't hear me?
I can hear you. Can you be brief?
Yes. Is the accredited capacity limited by interconnection ability?
Not in any of EP's case, not in this modeling. No, there are instances where output and accredited capacity can be reduced by interconnectability, but nothing, there is nothing in EP's modeling that is currently doing that right now. So not in this case, but in other examples in other utilities, that could be the case.
Okay, and then my last question will go back to that slide you were just on, the high electrification base load compared to the additional load. One back. Yeah. You mentioned the role that managed charging of, say, EVs might have involved regarding the high electrification scenario. I am wondering, do BESS facilities, the battery energy storage facilities, also participate in managed charging?
Yes. So the
Okay.
way the model works to the lowest cost solution is it maximizes the energy arbitrage value of the batteries. So in theory, it should charge the batteries when the avoided costs are low. So like the energy costs are low, and then it should discharge the batteries when it avoids the highest amount of cost. So yes, optimized charging and discharging for economic arbitrage is embedded within the model.
Thank you.
Great, thanks, Kara. Appreciate that. There will be time for additional questions and discussion in the small groups, and we'll have Ben and other resources from EP Electric available. I'd like to now transition to that conversation about what's in the statement of need that you all received as part of the read ahead material. That will be the critical document that we'll use after the presentation to start to suggest revised language or questions. So Emmanuel, may I invite you to the podium to describe the statement of need that you all have hopefully had a chance to review before today. So Emmanuel Villalobos. And you can either page up with
Oh, great.
to where you said, let me know when you help.
Great. Thank you, Margie. So thank you, everybody, again, for the great turnout. I really appreciate all the stakeholder input. Just want to take it back a second and recognize that we have those 4 ELT members in the room. That's just to show that EPE is taking this process very serious, plus 24 of the EPE subject matter experts that are going to be here all day with us to answer your questions. Thank you for staff for showing up. We really appreciate you guys being here. Of course, thank you to GridWorks for facilitating this. So on to the statement of need. So here, as you all see, that's the description of it. It's basically going to outline the amounts and types of new resources that EPE needs to go out to procure. However, I think it's important to keep in mind that it doesn't necessarily dictate what we are ultimately going to select. That's where the real fun now begins, and that's going to be issuing RFPs so that we can see what is actually available out in the real world in terms of resources, projects, availability. So we've identified the statement of need with all of the modeling assistance from our team and from E3. But again, this is just the birth of the plan. It's not the ultimate plan that's going to come to fruition. All of the prudency and affordability, all of that is proven through your CCN cases, rate cases, your RPS filings, all of that. So all of that is still to come. I think one of the takeaways here I want to keep in mind, as was mentioned in one of the previous questions, that this also includes replacing existing resources, or that we're also trying to continue the results of the previous IRP and our previous RFPs and implementing the resources that have ultimately been selected. I really like this graphic that's up here that our team put together, because it really shows what EPE's objectives are throughout this process. And that's always going to be to provide safe, reliable, affordable clean energy, and we're also trying to prioritize economic development in New Mexico. When you're looking at it from your first pillar there, when you're looking at reliable, we have to come up with the portfolios that meet your reliability standards. So as we've talked about in all of our previous meetings about our planning reserve margins, we also have to look at affordability, where we're looking at optimizing the lowest cost portfolio. That's all, as we've mentioned in our previous meetings, that all came from those earlier discussions where we were talking about building our Plexos model, where it optimizes and gives you the least cost portfolio. So this is how we're doing that, and that's going through the modeling. When we're looking at the clean energy pillar, we have to always keep in mind that with all of the scenarios that we run and what's ultimately going to be selected, we need to be meeting our RPS goals. We need to be working under the objective set and the REA. We have to be considering the effects of high electrification. And then ultimately for the promoting economic development, as we're trying to bring in high quality, high paying jobs and different projects into the area, we have to evaluate what the future may look like as we look at some of these potential large load customers that want to come into the area and possibly bring these types of resources into New Mexico. The next couple of slides, they're basically reiterating everything that you've seen so far. It's what's been in the read ahead materials. It's restating what Ben has ultimately gone through, where we're talking about our current system, what our potential needs are between the base load, high load, and additional large load customers. So this is just reiterating what's in the current statement of need and what's been in the slides that Ben presented. It's just a graphical representation of some of the earlier slides. But what I want to ultimately get to is here, where the statement of need is, we're trying to highlight that we see the value in a lot of these really innovative solutions that we've seen come out of the stakeholder engagement. There's been a lot of really great ideas on demand side alternatives. We've talked about the increased market capability as we're moving into Markets Plus, and we're also trying to keep an eye on all of the emerging technology discussions that we've been having. And all of these things are what has been fed into the statement of need that we're ultimately going to be discussing with everybody here in the room to make sure that we're all on the same page. So, yes.
Stop on the action plan, because we'll do action plan this afternoon.
Yes, you're right.
But so maybe so we're gonna do action plan later this afternoon. Are there, maybe take a few questions before we break up into small groups on the statement of need? Questions, questions on Zoom or in the room about what Manuel has described and its relation to the long result?
Good question.
Yeah, Don.
Okay, so demand resources, their value is lowering the load overall by, and especially effective at peak. They're able to lower the amount that needs to be procured, right?
Yeah.
And so I really appreciate the increased attention that we pay to demand resources and the language in here that in the statement of need, but peak demand in terms of explicit needs that we might have over the next 3 years or next 20 years never is able in my 3 IRPs to crawl into the box with the other resources that we see, you know, whether that's solar, wind, storage. I think there needs to be an explicit amount that is needed in demand response as part of this statement.
Your question in there being,
Does that seem like a reasonable portrayal that I just made?
on the surface, yes, it does. Again, it's all going to depend on what we see actually come out of the RFP. So yes, there is a value to demand side resources. Yes, there is the value that we see in the model of what they can do and help us in the shaving down that peak. But we can't explicitly come out and commit to this here until we actually see what's really out there, like get a real proposal, if you were, but please stay.
That's perfectly fine, but-
A little louder, please.
Oh, okay, sorry. I'm not yelling at you, I'm just. So the question is, if we're showing a value for renewables, can we show a value for demand resources as well? Is that, okay. I understand.
And I'm not sure I really have an answer yet on that. It seems like I don't really understand why it cannot be, why we don't look for an explicit amount, because then without being named in the statement of need, it doesn't appear in the action plan with the explicit amount, and then it's hard to imagine how it's in an RFP with the explicit amount.
Well, the RFP that gets issued is an all source RFP. And in the RFP, we request supply and demand side resources. But again, when we do even the regular capacity requirements, we're not going out there and saying we need 400 megawatts of solar and 800 megawatts of battery and 300 megawatts of wind. We're going out there and we're asking for anything and everything that's out there. And all of that is going to get fed into the model, and it's going to kick out what's going to be the most affordable for New Mexico customers. So we can't come out and say, I need 200 megawatts of DER. We need to entertain all opportunities, all proposals.
So let's come back to this in the small group discussions, because I think it is an important element
Yes,
to
it is.
continue to describe. So Don, we're going to capture that. We definitely want to address that. I think Cynthia has one more question.
Oh, sorry.
Cynthia, go ahead, please. Cynthia, can you hear me?
I can now. Thank you, Margie. And I don't have a question, but I do have just a few comments on the statement of need, if I could give those.
So Cynthia, I think what we've arranged next is for the small groups to talk about their specific ideas for the statement of need, and then process that in the groups. So I think if you have a particular question for Emmanuel at this point about what's in the statement of need, can we ask you to raise that now and then to bring up your comments and reflection on the document in our small group session?
Okay, well, and then if after the small groups, if I would have then an opportunity to speak to the group as a whole about this statement of need, I'd appreciate that. And so, Emmanuel, my question on the statement of need is that if we go back to the June 17th workshop, in that workshop, Ben stated that the base case would stay as it is, and that EP and E3 would be developing a preferred case. And it was my understanding that the preferred case would include a meaningful block of demand resources, and that it would be informed by your recent model run, the stakeholder scenarios. And I expressed that staff hoped that you were now sufficiently confident to be able to include a large block of generic, non-specific demand response resources as the preferred case for New Mexico. So, and that was not a new position out of myself or out of staff. And so that was back in June, and here we are at the final hour of the end of July. And so my question is, do we have a modified base case for New Mexico that includes a meaningful block of generic demand resources?
So I will defer to Ben on the question on the modeling, but I think it goes back to Don's question. It's hard to quantify. What do you mean by meaningful? Is that 50 megawatts? Is that 200 megawatts? Is that a reduction of 2% or 20%? That's, again, it'll all be dictated by the actual proposals that we receive in an all source RFP. It's difficult for us at this stage in planning to develop the plan to come out and explicitly state a specific number. We need to go out and get real world proposals.
I understand where you're going with that logic, but that's a logic that's going to give you insufficient results and de minimis, possibly not successful demand response and demand resources. What's required or what's wanted is that you model a preferred plan and put out a preferred plan that has a large, significant, meaningful block of demand resources. And we haven't had an opportunity to discuss whether that's 50 megawatts to 600 megawatts. And just going out to the market for demand resources, it'll get you some good projects, but what's needed is for the company to embrace and develop internally also a demand resource initiative. For example, I believe Steve Fishman provided you with some good direction on that and specification. So as it is, it's my recommendation that staff not support your statement of need as presented here.
So Cynthia, we're going to allow stakeholders to edit and redline the statement of need. I think your question for Ben was, first of all, the process was that stakeholder requested modeling runs were submitted and those runs were conducted. So I don't think that at this point in the IRP, there is additional modeling that's going to be done. But I think you had a question for Ben about a preferred portfolio. Ben, did you want to comment on this? And then we're going to take this matter up in the small group discussions to suggest the possibility of some additional language or modifications of the statement of need. So do you have a question for Ben?
Margie, I don't have a question at this time, and I'll just step away from the microphone and let the rest of the meeting proceed. And I think I've been clear that my recommendation is that staff not support the statement of need as provided here, and that we're looking to see a meaningful block of generic demand resources in a New Mexico preferred plan.
Cynthia, sorry, can I just ask a clarifying question?
Yeah, Ben.
Cynthia, can I just ask what you mean by like generic DERs or generic demand response?
Well, that you take from your knowledge base of the model runs, and you take from your understanding of the system, boots on the ground, and you're able to specify a block or resource of demand resources that has characteristics and parameters in terms of megawatt and megawatt hour amounts. And then more specifically to Las Cruces, then that's where you would get into the more detailed analysis and consideration of, say, how to go after those congested feeders starting in 2026 with demand reductions.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I appreciate it.
And Cynthia, I'm going to encourage you not to step away from the meeting, to be.
Oh, I wasn't going to step away from the meeting.
Good. Oh, good. Oh, good. We really want your input in modifying this, suggestions for modifying the statement of need. And so thank you. And what we'll do is we'll have the small groups talk about these, report out, and you'll have whoever is a spokesperson for your group can report out the results. And then we'll have reflection from the EPE team on what can be accommodated, what can be accepted, what gives, some trouble. So thank you so much for being willing to represent that issue. Greatly appreciate it.
Thank you for giving me time.
Yeah. Did you want to add anything, Emmanuel?
I think well, I just had a thought, but I can reach out to you on the side, Cynthia, or in one of the smaller groups. I was just trying to understand the staff's position or your position that the preferred portfolio would be one that disregards cost or impact to customers, or but we'll
Please
circle back.
let's not go there, let's not start putting what I consider kind of false constructs in place. And actually what we have here now with the base case is one that does disregard cost and impacts to ratepayers. You don't meet load requirement, particularly one at a 45% load factor with 4 times megawatts of battery and storage. That's just going to send costs through the roof.
Great. We'll put a pin in that, and that will be part of the conversation about possible modifications to the statement of need. So, yeah, Kathy?
Just as the Zoom in-room proxy here, Anastasia, we see your comments, and I encourage you to bring that up in your discussion breakout that we'll go to shortly.
Okay, so now the hard work begins. We'd like to ask stakeholders at the small group tables and those on the Zoom call to get together in small groups, and what we'll do is maybe divide stakeholders here into the 2 tables and then have some EPE subject matter experts join them. So our goal is to put you together and have you spend the next hour, 45 minutes actually now, 45 minutes with the paper copy of the statement of need that you all were given by Deb when you walked in. If you don't have that, please raise your hand and Deb will get you a copy. And to talk about what you agree with, what you don't agree with, what changes would you like to see in that statement of need. And we're going to ask you then to designate a timekeeper, a note taker, and a spokesperson for your group to report out to the group at 11 o'clock. So with that, we are going to leave the Zoom folks in the capable hands of Katie. Ben has agreed to be available on the phone a friend by Kathy and I. If we need Ben to answer a question, he'll either be on Zoom or we'll get him to come back into this room on Zoom. We'll figure out a way to get him to answer questions you might have. Plus you have access to lots of folks here at EP Electric. So please convene your small groups, and we'll put the Zoom folks into the breakout with Katie Wu facilitating your conversation. And we will look forward to having report out at 11 o'clock. Any questions about what we're doing next?
Sorry, Margie, I do have a logistics question. Do you want us in the Zoom to be in a separate breakout group, and then we can leave the main room open in case Ben needs to come back?
That would be perfect, Katie. Yes, please.
Okay, great. I'll set that up.
Great. Great. Thank you. And we'll be monitoring Zoom. If you need anything, we'll be watching that. Thank you.
I would encourage all of you to grab your statement of need that we handed out at the registration table. Find your timekeeper, find your reporter. Yeah, please go. Yeah, this one might get. Yeah, no, he folks, please come forward and join the table and listen if we're needed on experts.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's how we put it out there, other people will.
Tell me.
It's a separate question. Just
Yeah.
Yeah, so now we need to argue what is on exactly. Let's start. Well, no, I was gonna ask you. Oh, now, I always forget, you know what?
That's the time. Yeah, I'll let you join.
But you were, it's not in your piece.
Yeah, let's come on. Sorry.
I didn't want to.
I
did.
Okay, I'll let you join.
Well, I mean.
All right. Edit your time.
Yeah, I think, say, I'll come back.
Work for you and Steve, I know you guys have some of your. And I do. I'm happy to do that, and then maybe think about my support pass. You don't have to designate that right now.
Feel like I should designate someone. I always feel like when I'm in groups like this and I'm the spokesperson, that's what I'm doing rather than playing the game. We're talking about stuff being in on the podium, so it'd be nice to me if the same person the first one took the notes and we just spoke.
I think we were. Driving here for safety.
I think you spoke fast.
I wanna participate in this.
Okay, sticking to these. I from brings us taking those. Someone refers to those notes.
Not just one of us. It's like, I'm the stakeholders. Us two. Of course, you're a stakeholder. And you are. And that you work. Yeah, well, thanks for being.
That just make sure you're trying to go for it, or you don't have any information.
Landon.
And I.
Okay, that's
These are the. That I got. And we're gonna purchase that. How are you gonna purchase that? What is it for? How are you gonna?
Yeah, I know.
Demand.
So our task here is to take a look at the safety need. We've got it clarified by the different headers and the sections. So the first section is the capacity gap and the generation of time. I want to encourage the group to take a look, though. What do you agree with? What would you like to see? What changes might you take this through section by section? Taking the headers of capacity gap, so we got it. We'll write it down. Capacity gap and the generation. that kind of gives you the numbers. Of those.
More or less.
Right, okay, do that issue, that this.
You gotta pick up fighting time and 2030 and.
And I think there's some resources.
There's a good bit, yeah, let me get it. Thoughts or questions, feedback from?
Well, what I'm saying is,
I'm concerned that when we talk about the capacity gap, I'm looking at the amount of capacity Paso Electric has.
on laws and resources.
That's the capacity that is not being lowered at all by the response. And so when we bring the it seems like they're anywhere
resources are under construction.
0 to 300 megawatts.
That meet those needs. Already.
And I feel like we don't know what,
So it may be that.
we're being limited in what the goalpost is by number, which is the demand response in that kind of. So if we had vigorous demand response, the capacity needs to be much lower.
Which is assumed in that.
Well, I don't know how you accommodate that, but that's difficult, because we're always chasing this amount without using, in my view, one of the best ways to have control of capacity.
Did I misread the other one? Says there's a third one. I assume it's third. And if the church goes away in 2031 or 2030.
Yeah, sure. I'll take it. Like, let's say, this is another, this is a kind of separate issue, I think. I think this large load customers should be included in this thing as well. Okay, so using a large load customer as an example, you come in and say, okay, I need.
So
200
so
megawatts
I'm
from
gonna
Paso.
encourage you to suggest where.
In my
it's
view,
not that you need. You're saying
That's just
that
putting a
something's
demand on it
in
with
the
no effort to control,
process of
demand, for example.
Once that's
So-
described in the plan statement.
One of my suggestions is that Paso Electric
Shows existing resources.
work with stakeholders and everyone else to establish
And projected.
basic
But then
conditions
it also
we're looking
shows, the
for
whole point of that.
in
that
prioritizing
Show the resources.
new large
adding
load
to
customers.
that.
One of those is very prominent.
I mean, that's what
They should have their
says,
own
okay, well, you gotta
demand
add
response system
to meet your.
help your collecting.
Yeah.
Because all of a sudden you need a lot less capacity in their response to customers coming in. You know,
No answer.
or
That
numbers
answer
that
that
are
the-
on the same lines
So
that are willing to participate in El Paso Electric.
there's the response.
So the ability to curtail 50
But I
hours
think that's really important.
or whatever, have the backup
What's
capacity.
happening.
And in my view,
It's also.
it makes them understand, or my theories to understand that there are a lot of suitors who are making their space for us. So I think we should prioritize sellers who are willing to do a series of conditions. One of those is that they have demand response for their own and or they participate actively.
I think the analysis.
And when we were doing the modeling, we turned in all kinds of articles saying exactly that, even really small curtailments by a large load customer. That
should be able to see
have a
in
huge
the
amount of effect
analysis
on how much people
where
are.
we're at, what resources.
So that's the point.
And what years that we have.
So Steve, that's suggesting that the statement of the describes, in addition to understanding the gap, what is being added, how would it be done to meet that goal? Was that what you're stating?
So customers are saying, yes. So that's in the resource. You have to get one tool.
Well-
A month, it could be pretty big, say, I don't know what we have right now, but say.
Am I the only one that has this issue or do others?
I don't know, some people.
Yeah.
put that under-
Doing two others. I think it's not interesting. Yeah, I just. So I think it's really gonna be.
There's also.
Maybe, yeah, I think there's kind of get too much response for it. But others of those won't work.
Really on all that.
So they get so that. So it's goes by everybody. Yeah, it's great. It's all. It's just we did a little bit of my. So I know. They drop it really very fast. Percentage of the biggest start. And what conversations on our hours that. It seems like a lot of our conversations is we get first. We've got to build what we've done. So I just want to kind of look at it and so now this session, we're all back together and collaborate.
Yeah, and I appreciate it. I appreciate what you're saying. So we were talking, I think Jim about this. He said, you've got customers that are artificial intelligence teaching.
Got great inputs.
And that's not the same as handling 50,000 credit cards. They in fact, can curtail a period of time. And people who can curtail, like customers who can curtail, should be prioritized. And also, people whose loads
Arguing with
a load profile advantageous situations. So exactly what you said was through that. I think there is an opportunity to build the actual.
Can I fall on a thread though to prioritize? Can we do that? And sheriff provisions?
You know, I'm not sure, how selective we're gonna be. That's sort of, that's why I don't have an answer for that.
And one of the tools that
applications that come in versus not based on what we, so I don't have.
It seems have to be able, if you can say, well, we can handle this load much more easily.
Well, I think
the
the
environment
two big
or
words,
whatever, when someone's out in the house, it's a liability. I think we want them at this spot. And so now that we're there, pieces of if they want. Which is a big in the ass to understand, but completely understand flexible all of these. So they will kind of see us looking for liability, so. But the concept, if a large problem is swinging the reliability of our system. Clearly, right, we have to turn that out to the reliability and simple impact basis, and we say. Doesn't seem to work, right? We can't manage the issues that I'm solving about, all of the big systems. I guess it's what I'm saying. Those are discussions. Hey, these things. Allocation. More on the demand side.
You know, some customers may be willing to say.
Yeah, and what's one thing, type customers, whether it's data, whatever those things are. We're seeing a significant value definitely that is way above resources. Without even getting to the land.
I think there are customers
Getting ahead of that. 2 or 3 or 4 to 1 would be out solo stations.
if you're needed, if costly.
Yeah, all of the landlord kept reflecting even out to what we saw today on the farm. Right, Carbon showed it again. You get the carbon stuff up in the inside.
That's matter of customer.
The things how they respond. The large customer. Recognizing that there's.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that answer. I just, again, I think generally with demand resource, I just want to go to the language. And I feel like in some ways with large customers,
The renewals.
we keep.
Yeah, so it's not the same because again, you know.
In many ways, cost is not, they want in, they want to start now. It is up to how you prioritize people coming in based on what your needs are as a system of the whole. I just want that to be.
We have to overbuild them with some.
That could be reflected in the plan.
Just the question, but maybe it's with a larger customer, the ability to accept and respond from other customers and crisis.
Actually.
Yeah,
that's exactly not
their own, which can be as easy as they have their own storage, that's their. They tap into, or they tap into something larger than you guys build. I'm all for. What they need.
So the specific results.
Yeah, but whether it's that dedicated, that's more of all managed transport, the broader system, those responses. Because this customer.
Where the big gaps is.
Right off in whatever.
Yeah, I think.
I would like to stand.
Trying to get it.
I think the challenge.
Yeah, I don't have.
No, that's okay, but you'll have one by the.
I think what I'm hearing is in the actual.
We've kind of had all our discussions.
We'll get to that.
These recognitions. Then number 2, that.
And this specifically encourages
The state of are saying.
demand side,
You know,
demand
Those
resource.
that in cost. That's not.
Yeah, or participation in a electric system.
Recognize what the law would show.
Yeah.
This seemed to walk. And also a commitment to get 2 companies with And one of them are results. So short, everyone comes to that show the value on the resource. The thing that are so very good like. You know, like those are that commitment 2.2 because Ford, I'm gonna make that thing like, you know, these big companies.
Right.
As much. Is that, that's what it is, that numbers the option for it.
So let me ask you, in these categories, statement, where would you put something that showed that recognition? Would you go to the meeting the need?
Versus the
Say,
data set.
we want to emphasize resources mentioned in how the.
So it's gotta be kind of some of that.
No,
That's the
obviously,
request.
and
I'm
they're-
trying to get us a
just-
really.
These need to be
what you
included
want.
on the criteria.
It's
They-
just-
And I think prioritize is not a bad way to look at it, because if you got a bunch of students, you only go to advance. Two weeks to 2 years,
Most of that.
you know, and so you're gonna want to leave the most attractive to you.
To the event or if not, that's positive outcomes and results. And we'll pursue those options.
But not, if I don't use a building transmission box in my house, I'm gonna priorities, like when it fits in the big box, so it's not like I.
You
use
so
like-
more realistic for a note taker. So-
No, no, I'm saying,
Are you? are
I
you
have to
suggesting
set the
that-
criteria of something building out in my area, and
that-
I just can't imagine you guys just saying, oh,
Cost.
first concept, you just showed up first when you said, oh, you know, you're not for everywhere, you know, it's the same question.
That-
You're asking, is this one, I just want these to be one of, some of the criteria.
Somehow we
which
just,
is, and have it
selection of
explicit in
resources from
the
that
statute.
modeling. And just
So
like
can
that.
I'm taking notes, can we come back to that?
That's fine, I mean,
And
Good slide.
I think the other
So,
piece I've heard is articulated
what was the
on residential
C&I
side.
DR
Demand
capability of
resources. That, so what you see up on the slide, and these are the 5 or 6 categories that we're gonna ask the person.
And of course, we don't know what.
So then when you think about
So you get.
more resi and
But
commercial
we.
buildings.
Yeah,
think
so,
they are.
again, I don't wanna dominate this, but I do have a thought on that, is.
Investigate that.
When we were talking, they were describing how things showed up in the RFP, so, okay, we just need, we're just looking for whatever it may be, give us some demand side.
So that's my question. So we have lots of help. Because, I mean, what you
And
guys seem to be suggesting, there's some.
Just Cynthia, I think, was kind of raising this
resources.
point. It's also hard for, if I had a company and I'm. gonna
Because
say,
Chris,
okay, I'm
this
gonna
is where
road
I always get to.
El
This is
Paso's
where I always
Chris
get to.
and
If you're
control
having an
demand
overbill, so
this way,
so much.
and I'm bidding,
It
you
should
know,
be-
this is
then
how much it would
That
cost.
makes it
I think this is a
Manage that
case where the
resources.
company,
competitive.
and I don't know exactly how the RFP works,
More
but I
able to
mean,
compete. If you're having to
does the
compete.
company bid
I-
on?
I'm only gonna have
can
to
say we can do
megawatts, they
this
got to come up
ourselves?
before. It shouldn't be that hard, and that's normally New Mexico, we haven't got, in all sorts of RFPs, we haven't got a lot of demand side resources. That's all you can do in the advantage other else doesn't have. And so I have no, personally have no problem doing this. I don't know if we get something in the RFP response that is like, yes, that's exactly the version of it, that El Paso Legacy. Well, that has to happen.
Well, I think that well, first of all, just I had the issue first and I get into the 600 megawatts. You guys are basically saying yes.
Okay, so I'm trying to think, if I'm a company,
There,
for example,
find it.
one of the proposals that are coming up.
So we're good on that point.
Is
I don't
around
know if we'll put it in
certain
the statement.
stations.
No, it's not stated in the,
You put in DR, ADR responses there. And I'm just imagining, it's hard for a company to anticipate what those might be, and how to fit into the system there. And I just. It just seems like you just, okay, we do whatever we get, demand response, it just seems like it's really. I don't know how you get, again, under the playing field, really creative stuff that built in within the system.
Identifying optimal location.
And all of that stuff, it's just a big lift, somebody gets something. And so. There's a bunch of those kinds of things that can be done. I don't see how, again, how they get in the game.
That's the biggest point.
And the RFP and
You just show me half of what's going on is their investment expenditures. You don't show us the other half. I got the.
Well, I will say, so we'll do that, the model.
You guys can work on that again, that would be helpful with that. I think that should be most fun. So they're just thinking about me further along. Just from a, three, just take all those. You can super impressed, super excited.
Yeah, that would be great. I just, I mean, this will, like, again, this is my third IRP. and demand response never finds.
The conversations have been
And
great.
it's gonna find
Yeah,
out
we've
what-
had for the last 7 months.
All agree
Because they've been
that-
more ISP created the whole positive functions.
And I just,
So I think.
let's see how you want to reach
for there.
El Paso Electric's thinking about it, on what we could do, from demand response, demand management, and
So there's a.
how do you find people to do that? I just, otherwise, if you just sort of general request.
On
I just don't-
there is a 10-year transmission plan that gets put out there that. And again, we are moving from the IRP to ISP, and the earlier conversations we did mention that it would crawl. I mean, it took us almost a year to build the model as it is right now. So we're just branch from both a large scale transition and.
No, that's great.
So you don't need to, yeah, you don't need to build it in the model. All you need to do is. You're running your business, so you know what you're.
Anywhere.
And better than what you're. That's.
In many cases,
And all you really
utilities that
need to
have
do
a
is-
sort of a line item for.
State.
There's not
State
that
the- this is-
provided by.
And it- you can
In other
pull
words,
that right
there
from
to
the
speak
figure.
like energy efficiency, the response.
I view, so there's an opportunity. There is, I think that's resource. So energy efficiency, whole counts for some non-place. So it's an energy. I don't think I go to this plan. You can have numbers that incorporate the IRP, but. So you can get ready with that, but it isn't an actual. As resources and. It's incorporate the cost.
There are unit adders right now within the model. So yes, some of those correct, and we, just to emphasize that point, yeah, it's important, so those are just. But again, what the cost would be, but those everything, like where is something going to be located actually on the system, so that we can get an accurate. Accounting of what is the cost to get you to that clarifying some of them. Staff.
You say you've already got these. So the suing, there's more.
Matter of fact, that
Much was just. So again, yeah.
Gotta bring that up.
I know you may even start on some.
I mean, those are serious.
30-year plans, and by the way, in 30 years, we're all on 20-year plan. 20 years from now, I'll be dead. But so I'm really interested in the next 5 years, but I think that's. I think that's the desire too. More of it than I used to. Transmission costs.
If I might go back to your comments on the program, what's the term? How much?
His evaluation.
Does it cost? But I think what Steve is asking, if I'm really that, statement of need that says there's also going to need to be investments in transmission distribution as is reflected in your plans. You mentioned in this, because it's an important resource, it's not a generatory source, but it is, and so it's critical to deliver that. So I think he's saying that it be in the other section of the statement of need to reference what's going on in TNA. I think that's.
Just how it's incorporated.
Or how it's incorporated. I think that's, am I saying what you're asking?
Yeah, I think that's very good. Just not give the cost, you know, as part of it is. Those projects, go down, I assume about. Some kind of general cost, it might be. Broad stuff.
Smart charging
But
program.
then it's broken out.
program now.
That cost.
We did similar, position, right, where we had hard ties and we had,
An upgrade.
we did our benchmarking prior to us, so.
And again.
Putting that project.
This is the IRP, so it's not saying that you have to get.
Follow the marketing.
This is not a regulatory approval, it's just a summary.
With as well, and, you know, put it out there that there's something that we do and it's part of the goal management team. Get along with the demand response, that's what we're trying to do. And maybe that's the demand response event. So the month will be for September and set up my
I just want to mention too, you know, it's been fantastic to. I mean, I know we constantly, right, everybody we talk to, I'm very creative, George, and I'll go about. Yeah. The question is kind of unleashing that. And one thing like Commissioner Fishman during this process delivered in, I think, an extensive view of how this should be done. But if it doesn't get subsumed in the action plan, I can understand that. But one of the things we propose is that there's an ongoing process that stakeholders together. So what you're doing and like that over to keep abreast of things on Paso Electric, will number one, partner with Mexico IOUs with ERC to issue an annual RFI, request for information, to timely update general resource costs and demand management. So we're hearing about this available. And the second is convene on a semi-annual basis. Stakeholders, you guys, they all get together exactly right now. So we're throwing out ideas and all these things because I feel like it's the whole thing is moving so quickly. He has a big portfolio already. It seems like it's an opportunity to master some areas. So that's one of the things that we have clear separation of the fire. I don't know how these things enter into the plan, but that's the kind of thing that I just on that. Again, I really, you guys have a billion civil issues. And it's just how to just be more clear. Like Commissioner Fishman, like this, seemed expert, seemed that.
What would change? What would suggest be?
Yeah, regularly.
Whenever we
just get some ideas.
forward that, whatever it is throughout.
So that's additional.
We need this.
I think now that we've gotten to the point where we're almost going before they in my mind, they give this brings insights, right? That initial for us to evaluate all that data and both of our customer rights to understand a little bit more of their needs.
Because
so I think
it's even difficult throughout this last 7 months, distributed resources. What does that mean? Is that the response? Is that something? Is that value?
So that's
So
what
we
we
basically is the approval for the last
the section on the demand side of alternatives, if there's something that we would like to see difference in this.
The explicit terminology of model, we ran a model.
Yeah. It's more of a reflection of current situation. Is that?
Ran a model. You're seeing
Some of
right
those-
now, but I would use those.
Given this section, I'm on,
So we are talking apples to apples. I have a model.
demand side alternatives.
Well, I think that's what.
It's just, I mean, it's just exists on the other side.
It's a lot of some of them without them.
In differentiation between those.
Again, you can understand or you got specific question.
Yeah, and I'm worried, I mean, to be honest, I'm worried about residential is not the same as everybody's worried. I can recruit enough people into it to make it work. And so one way is to find a private
secondary basis.
virtual power plant
I would tell you that
vendor to come in and work with your customer base,
as a whole.
breaking into the making that interface effective with their customer. I don't know how they would be able to encourage. I think your infrastructure, them coming in and working with customers. I frankly.
Legally, you're
I just
required
don't
to
see-
right?
I think internally,
Structurally,
really
just the thought process. Because again, it's
set up the system and with all the other work you have, go out and have your staff recruit. Because I just noticed that on the building side, you guys will put on programs for the builders once a year. And a few join, but it's not the same as being interacting with them. If it were me, I would look for a lot of, I would look for all the solar vendors. that are now federal administration that you know, falling on hard times and said, look, you know, we want to contract with you to move out and work. They already have a huge customer base. And rather than you guys. And it seems like they're available, so some way of engaging them. And again, I don't know why they would put in, I don't know how this whole system works, but I can do 50 megawatts in there without having some sense of like a place in the jigsaw puzzle they can fit in. And I don't know whether you're talking about hundreds of people and urge them to apply. It seems like it needs a lot of, interface. Something else to get them to do it. Rather than you try to set the sales force. I just think those already exist and it's plain papers and go after stuff. And that's more along the lines of the first power plants. So we came into this at the beginning of this, everybody's very excited about it, and then we kind of all started, wow, that's hard to find the people to participate. But that's why you get the private sector to build the need identified. That's my thought on it.
So the EP goes to benefit the nation. Make it a clear.
The need and the opportunity.
Markets.
It must have really worked. Oh, this would be cool. This would.
To give you a little bit of insight, so we went out in June and said, DER and we looking for specific 2,500 solar back. Just reaching out to whoever will respond as a resource we had, what at a time you do this. No pricing because I consider it's probably the pricing.
Well. So before we explain all the minds of everybody here. Number one,
on the customer.
when you do it, say something, you consider anywhere in all megawatts supply and
that's how they respond that.
versus.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, that sounds good.
Yeah. And today that's probably going on.
The bars, all of the other. that are transport.
And in some ways, yeah, they're kind of
source in the distribution.
they're taking a risk by bidding for license and making it historic cost. It seems like there was a choice on virtual power plants. You run them on contract.
Not only with the Druid Central Station.
That's the
distribution.
Like everybody does, yeah.
Yeah, but you guys setting, he really opens up, these are the opportunities,
Yes.
all that creative
Because
stuff.
because again, this gets really interesting as everybody goes through it. From a modeling perspective.
I'm
sorry.
That was.
Yeah, so you didn't want to be the notated.
Yeah, yeah, so I'm encouraged, gonna
But it's
encourage
embedded
a few other folks at this table, and I we have a few more large loads, so when you took a look at the statement, need share anything that you want to see, do you have concerns, do you have questions on?
Probably not words, but yes, it is a resource, like this is system resource, actually gonna be spent, but no matter what, but it's embedded with a lot of technology.
I think one frequency people are having
I think I have an NDA with you, so I'll let you say what you want to say.
No, I just thought also with the goes in and we said, what are the that need to that solar field to that's a big. I think that's are you got it, like I was looking into just how I'm pretty this is supposed to that's what one question. The last meeting we've already done. On that, I asked them. We're saving.
So one thing we observed, it's pretty significant, the uncertainty that he is facing is just enormous, and I think.
The answer is yeah. I understand it. And we didn't have time to explore it, because you should have really understood that. When you get the bids, my question was that. From various suppliers and.
What we have is the ability
in their potential evaluation
to accommodate on that transmission segment. Because the initial proposal, the initial request from the customers. We want to be served this location for. What's the soonest we can serve that location? That location. So. Look, it's smaller transmission.
But the incremental values, and on that, we determined the service, instead of 80 megawatts down, and there was that bubble chart, yeah, that's, this is the stuff that can blow versus this is the stuff down stuff. And we're asking about the stuff we just not see. Yeah.
That's.
So, Steve, I'm gonna ask you to focus on what things in the statement of need.
I think you need to take that. Generalized.
Question is whether, so are you suggesting that we're changing it here to reflect that? About.
Individual project.
I think generally speaking,
So just generic, when you talk about
where
that was what we talked about. It's not just resources.
looking at full value of those resources. We're not where it is on your system.
So
Some people have done distribution, and that's a very significant part of potential sources. Sure.
and so when those change or when ideas change.
There's an action plan.
It's not a quick turn.
That costs in the future, that would be a good idea for them. Section of the action.
Increase our project size 10%. But
But I do want to hear from Charlie and Randy and Dwight of any other.
Yeah, just take that.
that need to be adjusted or changed in the statement of need.
That's just in general,
Just,
you know, in medical ones, we're in some
Page two,
fourth one, same time, or some, just.
it kind of splits from second, at the very bottom, those are talking about, you know, the question this morning, that Phil brought up,
Which is.
does the 204 megawatts
before
before
5 megawatt.
requested need includes the 220 megawatts decommissioning? I think we just said that up front in the top, then.
And we understand that's where.
I know there's.
Cycle.
Other questions like, well, why are you bringing that up before we have? That's not the question, that's not the issue, it's just to clarify, it's the state that this.
What gives me comfort from my perspective is they're not new. I mean, the megawatts of decommissioning until
Just everybody over that you.
I'm not how this will go out in the last word.
Just the reason.
Fast, so we would, and that's that, 150 megawatts somewhere.
If that makes sense. Okay, a little bit on it I have is, the second line of that is talking about the adoption of refrigerated air conditioning, that I agree. Creates a, another problem. One say heat pump component I am, I think I have to say and heat pump. Heat pump screw the same problem, so it also solves another problem lower back on the bus. And so I would just, these already a lot, so that heat pump. Look at how that is, which is in here. It requires a lot of transmission of this stuff.
We're gonna pause and let.
Yeah.
Spot to get right now.
Yeah, I think on this, I forget what our high load. Estimate was. For 1,000 megawatt possibility, but then. You're hearing customers.
Right, second sentence, continued adoption of.
So this is page already.
Second page, the very first thing after this
exercise. And so I think if you kind of look at what changed within that first IRP we're involved with, the second.
And the second question is,
taking
the
into
last
account,
clause of that page. This is
not only
actually
solar
what
battery storage,
generation
kind of changes. In this exercise, even if you were to have each individual project come in with its own kind of supply,
that was somehow.
over time, you're going to create
Prior to.
more transmission,
we'll look at
more
the top,
kind of impacted
220
infrastructure. They
250
could potentially,
megawatts.
I think reduce the amount of
Because that's-
kind of cost. Like over time, but at the same time,
Phil had
that
this
those
one.
initial things, I know, I don't want to.
Is that-
the action plan piece, but when you talk about
And I think
tariffs.
I agree.
And kind of trying to front load things that discourages that additional capacity. I think you got the list of projects you just kind of rattled off there. You know, that's actually been outdating.
I think it'd be right to say, well, I think it's right, but then we need.
Kind of ahead of the situation, so it's kind of behind it, so I would say that it's what the statement needs to allow for, what the actual plan is to be allow for.
So.
Is some flexibility
Right, so
and
maybe
kind of
some-
encouragement of,
Exactly, but.
you know, that sort of private investment.
Yeah, sure, distinct, this is New Mexico is
Subsidized.
retirement.
Specifically so. So whether that's a company like Borderplex that can
Just be considered about what's
going to generate its own power, at least initially, but maybe, potentially, I guess, that that becomes part of the system. How do you bridge maybe that green, or maybe not keep green, but maybe those types of developments, green, and private entities? Because I think at the end, what the goal is right, so that the ratepayers, the general public, are not being held responsible and burdened for these big projects.
Yeah, I mean, I think
That's what I think, it's captured, in some ways. And I can also say, right, like, it's hard to imagine when sort of battery storage will exist. 2 years from now, 5 years from now, and much less by 2045, because that's something that's completely evolving a rapid basis. And I think right now that's the biggest impediment to something like data center use.
Learning time, they kind of have the AI.
If you have that 24/7 operation,
He talks
right,
about
both battery storage.
He seems really open-minded. I don't know if different approaches to that.
And I would say. Yeah, that's an interesting question, their ability to get to the high growth case soon energy, to what extent 24 hours a day as opposed to just the 5. There's some flexibility with respect to, should provide a benefit for town customers, and we're not underutilized in the rest of our system, it's a different organization. Yeah, reflective of, yes, cost, how that's, I don't know, cost causation, there's cost benefits too, I think. No, that's an undefined difficulty. It's not a separate, so I did talk about when we talked about. If you're gonna assign cost, you also need to recognize those things very clearly. And some of them important, so it's really a function of, okay, which one am I getting? I figure out how to do solution.
As you said,
Yeah. Well, let's not all do it at once, so we're not practice.
You're thinking one day it'll be all.
But it's definitely gonna depend on the customer level, or some measure of that.
If I might go back to.
So, we don't know that.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
Seems
yeah.
like the test for a lot of these sort of. And I continue to advocate for two access, extracted.
And Trump, we're to address that characteristics under about the large load forecast.
Yeah.
More clear color on what that selecting strategy.
Now, you're not a subject.
But I'm just,
Yeah.
that was.
I think maybe, I'm sorry, I think maybe because you guys.
Yeah, but I wonder about, and I did this comes up kind of this different. When we talk about
So
excess
think of
solar,
it as the base case, if
we're
we
building solar.
our existing customer makes.
Then showed a slide that, well, that excess solar is in
Then,
fact, no
So
batteries,
that's one of our
but it's not
bigger
being.
traditional capabilities in terms of.
And
Like that, but
I
maybe
sometimes
get
wonder
high
if
load, high growth case.
we need to
say
move past
the
this.
customer may not
Excess
change
solar is,
that.
it's talked about like a bad thing,
But
if we're looking objectively, all we need to do is suddenly
and so-
take a move to 8-hour batteries and all that excess solar is right into something good for heat, so I don't know how you do it, but we ought, as we're thinking long-term, not just for 2 years. We
A
don't need
lot of
lots of
manufacturing. So I will say the numbers, that's what I'm seeing in capability that I've had, and then beginning of the, people who want, that's your -1, -1, 24 hours a day, that's a difference, right? So with that, maybe we can, have touched on that earlier discussion in there about how much benefit to customer makes changes. So thinking around natural gas, fire up, having solar. I could add it for us 7 to 6, but we need you on that. So we get, basically 4 hours area, those 4 peak hours, it's 85, that's 6% effective. Fundamental benefit, but as those grows, I have more solar, usually the system. That 85 addition to a big shield profit will fit on the so what happens then because of the little 8 hours battery people perspectives of 4 hours oversaw our battery right now is essentially 2 4 rail batteries. It's not a different technology, it's the same technology. It's just the integration of 2 of those stacks into the last 2. And once you drop it down to 50%, then 8 hours starts to come up. You may have information on that, but it's, I may have simplified it a little. I think that was perfectly said. What struck me was when you get to the second phase and get Additionally, we have a question that's a little bit, we've got 4-hour battery, those are significant, as you said, then that's only about 3 months. Kind of surprised. Without a affordable. Everything, so, yeah, you have a large customer. 10-hour battery. You do go into this, not the best, but I understand. Like that, so in mind.
So, Lynn, are you saying an 8-hour battery and it's already
That's.
daisy shape one? It's just too expensive, it's.
Right, right, exactly, so, longer capacity in the area of our batteries. That would must be models that are right now, 4 hours. Earlier, we definitely ended some way to call them 4 hours of batteries, not because they can't do 8 hours. No, you're right, they incorporate some now, so, right, so, control instructions. So that's just, and then the regular base, so. I think we're sort of on the large hours, but I mean, our.
So if I might go back to Don's point about some of the excess solar, I think we've seen several places in overbuilding. Overbuilding of solar and batteries, and how is it to be fixed about affordability?
So we've broken out into low.
And so it's
This is not the low
lower
forecast.
capacity for those reasons.
So it does.
Utilization
incorporate some types of that. Obviously, it gets, so easier as think. We have tried to reflect this question. There's maybe energy with under talk, so. Good notes with solar specific about it, and there's also rates, those assumptions, and so there's more on things. And there's obviously a lot of background material behind.
Yeah, but I hear Robert say that, especially for that additional customer.
3 times as much solar.
If for people to understand some of the basics of that.
I think that when he's talking about overbuilding.
Criticism of that or those plastic requirements. Robert is.
That's okay.
Issue that's real access, order, it's not like creating this economic opportunity.
My standpoint, I think the.
And so.
So balance the system.
That might give people just no that very large. Understanding of what's happening. I think that's what I'm interpreting from what you're saying.
I think that's right. And can you put it right? The document.
I just think the document because nobody really talks about overbuilding gas. Because there's a lot of generators that are never running 2 hours a year.
Even if it's not.
So I'm not sure it's just terrible for
Not
solar not to run. It's our certain time.
Well, so. If you look at. You come back and look at that vintage generators, including the herd. And their heat rates, their efficiency is not good. Not just good. We have, well, you need to run, because you can't turn them on. So you see, turn them on, and it starts to it's hot, and you turn them on. There's that, more efficient gas stations. So the upside of each one of us, a unit that's not easy. But you're right, that's probably all the machines, but I don't say source. But what can you do, turn it on, you know, maybe. Right now, from the soft effective nature, it's probably written off quite a bit. So you would say it's not a huge impact for the rates. But the cost of running right now, are newer costs. And that's actually a more efficient, some of our cases. Pretty diverse and some resources. So we do think run those on those, but there are limited. There's a cap on it, but then you're about to take care from the annual emissions. So you wouldn't necessarily. One, economically, right now, we wouldn't run that because we don't want to. But absent solar, absent.
Okay, so let me just.
Yeah, I think.
I mean, we definitely want those ideas. And if you don't want to write it on that, we'll have an electronic mechanism, when you work, and you set that in. We're trying to get to that point with the specifics.
Yeah. But I think it's a lot of what y'all are talking about.
It was the one that kept working during the February freeze.
We need to sign, I got a document for you to sign. Yeah, no, I agree, so we. It's like, sure, I know we got, because we did, he grew up back, it frees us a little bit. A lot of our gym owners, a lot of times for,
I know this is a bad word, very soon, always on this, it's super excited. Every left eye, you left, that, basically have a lot of change. I think it's fast, there, ups and downs, we want very large. That's those are conversations, the support involved, we do a lot for government support. So they do, we are system project about. Back about going forward, and since then, a whole list of parents, like already, that was the characteristic, large loads, and different things out. This is. Pictures with it, so.
That makes sense. Let's come back to the things.
I'm happy to go on.
Finish here. The question of whether you prioritize customers based on your system abilities and needs and stuff. In all the literature I've seen about it, I say that companies, utilities, the proposals, whenever they do policy, just like prioritize and accelerate. So customers are much more likely to think of ways to get in there, and so you got their creativity. So. And that's the thing I think about in general, with more demand side, it's so much easier to work with huge customers than it is with 25,000 individual customers. I just don't want to lose putting that large load is.
Yeah, so in fact, if I about paragraphs, however, affordability and reliability consideration. Back to the university, we're doing that, just to brief it, explain their reliability requirements. I recommend striking that, then they can look at our region and say, yeah, it's different things, the stakeholders in other regions said, another thing like PPD. And I don't think you would have a resource beyond that, that's what Mexico being.
Well, I mean, the RPS says it.
Explicitly
called.
We have 5 months, so did we decide?
So I think that our note is to that, it's the.
Yeah, I think one of the stakeholders I really want to.
Affordability side, I think.
Maybe first we could ask you to kind of reflect so our spokesperson is ready. I don't know that we actually actual.
It's not a little.
Is there anybody has specific edits that you want to see? Right now, this is what he intends to submit to the super.
Where do we get on?
Treated differently than once.
I'd like demand resources all into the box with the other.
Be happy with 80%. We spoke a little bit, and I don't want at this point, correct my words if you want. But a lot of ability, like you, the central, it doesn't meet the manager trying to use, it reflects the model. Well, similar, that's the issue, but you don't have to procure RPS resources necessarily when value your commodities. But it's, they should both, but, to me, that sense is about.
Well, you had some language you showed me earlier.
Yeah, I put because up to X, now you can bring resources and say, hey, you can get to 100%. Up to it.
Right.
So the right answer, those are. And that's.
So I understand that. I also think this, and I think the point about you is El Paso Electric has no suggestion is that we are hoping to have a big prayer for this. We show the range, show that things are so renewable portfolio.
Yeah, well, just think on that with.
Up there, right? That's.
Okay, that's, and is
I don't think that's.
something that feels.
But
good.
it kind of says that. Check it, my team.
Is that satisfied?
Yeah, I mean, that's very.
The state, I for sure, it's very kind, very humble, and that makes, those are factor response, determination around our. Similarly, you guys have high sources, you can get closer to stuff.
That's
Maybe we can wordsmith that a little bit, but I do think it's important
So essentially on these charts, they're adding another line for basically demand response.
Yeah.
Would you put DERs in there?
There are, I think that's our consideration, right? That's, and so like I said, you can now, if you're for, maybe say, if you're simple, you probably, we're gonna use that, towards a team and cop out. But if you talk, you're not gonna be able to do that, so.
Yeah, well, resource. Yeah,
So can we ask you to be the spokesperson?
No, I don't wanna do it. I don't wanna do it.
Just sit to me on that. We can do that. That's when we get to here.
Okay, well,
And then.
I know I can't invite you, but I need to write down your language.
I so, I don't know.
Well, before we get up there.
And then maybe, so these are the, if you look at the slide, there, those are the sections.
No, it's not.
So maybe in the bar.
So.
Talking about development, making sure that the electricity, the system is able to serve with the large load.
Right.
Speaking with some of
So,
the.
Percy, can we talk about it?
Yeah, so we're gonna have in there.
But I don't want to talk through a specific.
I don't know if it was here, but this the action side. Somehow there's a big opportunity with large load customers.
And if you can report out of these things under the categories of the state.
Well,
That would
you don't
be
have to tell it, their own.
It's organized by the state.
They need to be able, say to either have their own, or just a big carbon free company around. That's part of. Getting further ahead.
And I said, let's maybe have that come back when we have some plans.
Yeah, I'm gonna feel that place.
So first, could I ask you, some of the large loads, do we track for the group, and I'm gonna ask one of the other big. And developer large load customers is a real, maybe one of these and report back. So
800. That's probably, I think that's their option. Those that participate in IRP before. No, you're fine. I got a couple of 300 pages, 5 years. Are you little right? That's semester solution. This is very high level conclusion, which I think it's important. I mean, we can have references to, for example, within the IRP.
But I would suggest. Yeah. Very important to talk to you. Everyone's bringing up commissioners, resources. So it doesn't show that, but I do it shows you're anticipating, so my resources that will fill that for those 5 valuable time. But I think it was this way the last time doing this. Sure.
I think you were nominated this investment.
Just it has, where it says refrigerator air conditioning, just so we can weigh in. That's fair. What we found are how include.
You might share.
That's where.
Okay. Okay, all right. We are gonna, let's come back together. Okay.
We've got our Zoom folks have returned.
The first. Thank you for the local. The needs. Clerks, if you want to maybe check it. Yeah.
Actually, we have a.
Break. We need break until the report out. So you need your report out organized and be ready at 11:30. It's another line item. What is it?
Katie, I don't know if you can hear me. We are getting organized here, taking a 10-minute break and then coming back to report out in 11 minutes.
Okay, great. We'll be here in 11 minutes then.
Thank you.
Thanks, Margie.
Try that again.
Katie, we're gonna ask for a thumbs up from you. If folks are ready on the Zoom to come back.
Yeah, she's got
There we
it.
go.
Yes, I'm here.
Super. Okay, I'll hand it to Margie.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your discussion about changes or suggested changes to the statement of need. I think there was great dialogue in the room. We're going to ask this group's spokesperson, who I don't know who that is, in a moment. Who is your spokesperson?
We have a couple.
Okay.
All have just disappeared. So,
Oh.
hold on just a second. Hold on.
Hold on, our spokesperson has grabbing a cup of coffee or a drink of some sort. Kathy's got that. But the plan is to have each of the three groups describe the conversation and the recommended changes to be considered in the statement of need. We are going to capture those on flip charts. And then after that, we'll ask the EPE leadership team to respond, react. What did you hear? What sounds like it has, you know, acceptability and merit in revision, what may be out of scope, but we want to start with those things that look like there's some resonance and some suggestions that are welcome. So with that, we have a statement. I wanted to add some perspective and context from the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission, our client and the regulator who will receive this document, and Orland has offered to share some perspective that he thinks it's important for the group to hear. Orland, go ahead. Do you want to come up here? We'll make sure they can hear you.
Yeah.
So
Thank you.
a comment was made earlier about the staff at the PRCs and our position on demand response projects, and as there was a stated concern that staff had that about not enough demand response projects. Those are not comments sponsored by the PRC. That was made, those comments were made by one of our consultants, and that is not staff's position.
Thank you,
Orland, thanks for clarifying that. And so now we'll turn to the group over here. I don't know what you call yourselves, but would you like to share your report out conclusions? And Kathy and I will attempt to capture them. You like to capture them?
I got it. Okay.
Dawn?
So I just have the one, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm just curious about all the other stuff we captured they don't qualify because it's not a specific statement of need thing.
I think we also were gonna hear from Jose, who looks like there he is, good, right, on some of them. So maybe, Don, if you want, which area are you reporting on?
Okay, I'm reporting on the demand resources in the things and reflecting the model results. We want to see that the demand resources program be explicitly, the goal for that be explicitly quantified the way the other resources were. For example, in figure 4, there's solar, wind, storage. We propose a fourth section down below that, so that this would be demand response, demand resource / DER, and it would say add up to a certain amount, which we don't know. We'll figure out what that amount is of demand response as a resource addition for New Mexico.
Okay.
Yeah, demand side, yeah, DR and DER, and yep. So then on figure 4 down there, there's more explicit and it's included.
So, yeah.
We'll capture that in
Yeah, so then do it on.
Now, is there a reason why you just are looking at figure 4, or are you thinking the other, that just being the large?
Yeah, I think carelessness, I think, I do need to thoughts around things.
Clark, say that again, Don?
It's not just figure 4, as Jim points out, wherever those boxes appear, we want demand response. For demand resources to appear right along with solar, wind, and storage. So that's the 4th line of this.
So with the other included as part of the research.
Yeah, there are tables. Yeah, and Dave Hawkins mentioned, there's some room there as we try to figure out what that is, but up to a certain amount will be looked for. It's listed later.
Okay, great. And then I think we have one other person.
Yes, so large loads, has to, water can dip into about, improving and being able to provide reliability to, large load companies. Reliability, fast restoration, and pretty much the modernize the power to be able to provide with what is customers, so.
Say that last part again, then, Jose. So how to provide reliability to these large load customers, and what else?
Fast restoration. This is about fast restoration.
Fast restoration. Yeah, thank you. Right, exactly. What else, Jose?
And modernizing the power
And modernizing the power grid.
to deal with large loads.
So the suggestion is to include some language about that in terms of the statement of need, that recognition of the utility to provide those things to these new large load, not just new, any large load customer. Okay.
And so let me just, the way we talked about this and our group, as we go through these different, base case, high electrification, large load, is that an important consideration is that the customer mix that's making up that demand is changing as we go to the large load customers, right? So I think what you're saying is that there needs to be some kind of recognition that the customer mix, say, between the base case and your large load case is entirely different. The worlds apart. And the type of resources that you might be targeting, or that might be important for, say, the large load case is very different. So I think that we need to think a little bit about how the customer mix influences resource selection. Right? I think, that's something that we need to talk about, but it gets to that topic gets to. And that will come back, Kathy, in the report out from this group that Jim was in. So that's good. It's connected to what Jose is saying.
I think I'm reflecting what our discussion was, but among that large load one is a recognition that it seemed we all shared that large load customers can play an important role in demand management. And I think if we're talking about what's included in the verbiage around this, I think that should be included.
Okay.
If anybody thinks that I missed that.
No, I think that's, exactly what I'm saying.
Okay, good. What else?
I'll just go ahead. The other piece I think was on cost effectiveness and affordability and questioning the amount that's on the availability and how EPE was thinking about affordability for customers. So I won't speak if there's anything else you would add to that, but just those three were the topics that the group largely focused on. So no specific changes to the statement of need on that.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe you were right, and Kathy, this was happening, but the thing I just mentioned, I'd like to see included on that list that demand management. I think the thing that they can put the large customers and how El Paso Electric approaches large customers, works with them, can have a big effect on demand management. So that's all it means.
And let's come back to that for action plan discussion this afternoon and the tariff.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay, good.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Anything else from this group over here?
Alan, anything to say that you have, Chris? From our group discussion?
Okay.
Sorry.
The different Chris. Different Chris. Sorry, you're good. We're gonna go, and you have a few more minutes, so we're gonna go to Katie and the group on Zoom to do report out. And Katie, I don't know if you've got your suggestions written down. Kathy is flip charting here in the room, so we'll turn over to the Zoom room to report out.
Oh, before we do that, Ben has had his hand up for a couple of minutes, so I'm not sure if he has a
Oh.
question or maybe a response to what we've just heard.
It was just
Ben.
more of a clarification, Margie, if you don't mind. Don referenced figure 4 on a couple of times. We cannot see what he's referring to on the screen. Is it possible at some
In
point
the
just...
statement, well, it's in the statement of need draft, Ben.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
Jim clarified it, but very relevant, it's all, that's the one we saw the reference.
Exactly. Did you hear that, Ben? That
No, I can't hear Don
described-
very well.
Okay, so he's describing all of the figures in the statement of need that quantify and identify various resources. The suggestion is demand side resources be included in those tables and graphs.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks for calling our attention to that, Katie. All right, back to
Sure.
you for your group's. Yeah.
Great, and Kara has offered to be our spokesperson, so I'll turn it over to her.
Katie, also Cynthia Mitchell, you may want to present with me. You're welcome to. I'm going to try to share my screen at this time. All right, is that the accurate screen?
Just a moment. It looks like it's coming up. Yes. Thanks, Kara. We can see your slide.
Okay, great. So we started with a conversation around where we agree, where we'd like to see some changes, and what suggestions might be. The place we started was capacity gap and generation requirements. We had some needs for clarifications, including that we specify the percentages of the retirements that are planned company-wide, since there's an 80-20 split between Texas and New Mexico. We also talked about some of the RFPs, the recent RFPs from 2021 and 2023, and the resources selected and approved there, as well as the 2025 RFP currently before the PRC and how that will play a role in this current IRP. The group also wanted to see the nameplate and accredited capacity for those retired resources. I think that's probably also true for all the resources identified in this IRP, which ones will be nameplate and which ones will be accredited, if that is known at this point in time. For large load customer growth, which plays a role in this IRP, our group wanted to know what of those needs are firm, as represented through potentially signed contracts, and which ones may be speculative, just large growth customers perhaps shopping a desire for a need. Oops, sorry about that. Let's see. And then we also wanted to know for the resources approved for abandonment, but maybe not yet fully retired, which ones are still providing energy and which ones are not. It doesn't necessarily need to show up here in the statement of need, but it should be consistently shown throughout the IRP. And then we had quite an in-depth conversation around, I feel like I skipped a slide, is that true?
I think it's probably the third slide with the demand
Oh, is
side.
it?
alternative
thanks.
notes. Mhm.
Okay, so we'll get to that. But the next conversation focused on meeting the current need, and there were some requirements that we show where certain resources, and here solar and batteries, may be inefficient or may be overbuilt to meet the need. Did I state that correctly?
And so Kara, can you
That's what
elaborate
we
the concern on
discussed,
the
yes.
overbuilding?
Cynthia will jump in.
Yeah, that's what we discussed.
Okay. And then we would like the IRP to include a larger contribution or consideration that demand side resources may play in a portfolio. So, for example, if a certain megawattage of demand side resources is procured or sought, Y amount of solar and batteries would be needed. So, really show a robust consideration of demand side resources. And then demand side resources was played a prominent role in our conversation, including not only showing up in the previous set of notes, but here too, where we drilled down more specifically on demand side alternative needs. Our group wants to better understand the cost information needed before committing to a block of demand resources in a preferred plan. And our group would like request to agree that the model runs have shown demand resources to be better than potential central station sources of energy, and that perhaps demand side can reduce overall build requirements. Is that correctly stated?
I think it is.
Okay.
So Kara, can I interrupt for a minute? I'm looking at what the first group offered on demand side and DRs, and the first group was asking to have an explicit quantification for treatment of demand side resources similar to other resources. Does that address what your group, that you're looking for more robust consideration? Are those two similar?
Could I jump in? That
Oh,
it is.
go ahead.
And could I jump in for a second? Thank you.
Yes, please.
My understanding is that the company is now saying that they need to have cost data from the RFP on demand resources before they can consider demand resources on a more robust basis. And I understand where they're coming from, but that cost data can be developed outside of the RFP as well. And here's the comparison to the supply side. With the wind, solar, battery storage, and gas generation in the RFP, in the statement of need now, and in all the modeling, that is generic cost data, okay? The RFP will go out and get specific boots on the ground cost data, okay? We can do the same with demand resources now. And that we don't have to wait for the RFP. And an RFP oftentimes constrains demand resources. We don't need to have that conversation here. But yes, it makes sense to have cost data on demand resources, and the company can develop that now. There's many sources out there for that.
So Cynthia, I think what I'm hearing you say is using that generic data that demand side resources should be an input to the generic modeling that's been happening up until for the results we're looking at today.
Well, yeah, demand resources should be modeled, or a preferred plan should be developed for New Mexico that includes a meaningful block of demand resources. And if the company needs cost data on that before they'll move forward with that, then there's a lot of sources for that generic cost data, just as there is for generic renewables and thermal resources.
Okay, thank you. All right, Kara, would you like to continue?
I think the other area for us to consider is that, you know, there is opportunity for us in this group to collaborate. And so, you know, there was a discussion regarding NMSU and Department of Defense working with all the stakeholders here to, you know, explore some of the demand side resources and related like RFPs or other mechanisms for controlling load in EPE's territory. Anything else anybody wants to add from the online group? I think that's it then.
Margie, caveat, I've got nothing to add per se. Did you want reply comments now, or do we want to hold off?
Why don't you hold off, Ben? We'll get the other group to report out, and then we'll have a reflection on the collection of suggestions as a group, and we'll take comments then. Kara, I have one question. It looks like a couple of things on that list may be action plan ideas as opposed to statement of need changes. Is that, did you all have that discussion?
We agree with you, and I think our group did include some action plan items. Some of those are specified in the discussion notes. Some, you know, I think this group is definitely open to you approaching us or sharing with us what you see as action plan needs.
Great. Okay, that'll jumpstart our afternoon conversation. So thank you for that. All right, I think Chris Hickman's going to report out for this group. Yeah, why don't you? It's better if you're here because the microphone is up here. Thanks for it.
So we didn't do action plan things because we have the correct taskmaster to stay on task. No, we started out with just a conversation that I know many people in this room haven't been in every meeting for the last 7 months, like many of us have, but it's been a great process. We've been able to argue, cuss, and discuss and collaborate in a way that many of us that have been involved across multiple states haven't seen before. And we've been very impressed with the process, and from a perspective of all sides being willing to push really hard on each other and listening to each other to try to get to a collaborative solution. We, as an overall stakeholder group, have very much supported the move to an ISP versus IRP, so we can start getting the T&D and the overall system view of the world versus just a resource view of the world. So super happy with the incredible work that EPE is doing to that. Now we're to brass tacks where we're getting the final documents, and a lot of discontinuities in our understandings as we got the first set of documents out. So largely where I think everybody's looking for is clarification to come to an agreement, because it's very hard to take 7 months of collaborative work and put into one set of documents in the first round. And so that's what we're seeking to get to, is that clarification to clean these documents up to make sure it encapsulates all the great work that's been done. So first of all, there is a concern just from a general sense of the statements that seem to indicate a path, like the cost-effective thing, being able to, everybody knows the last 20% is more expensive to capture than the first 20%, but the document, the way it was written seemed to reflect, hey, there's no way we can ever get there. And so we want just to be clear through the redrafting in this round that so the statements don't reflect that there's already an outcome decided versus what the reflection will be through the RFP process. So just in general, that was a concern, and the specific one was around the REA and not ever being able to meet 100% target. The way that it seemed to be written seemed to reflect that. And that was our example of from cleaning up this document. We just like to make sure that that kind of reflection isn't necessarily written into the document that seems to predict an outcome. The second clarification is we want to get clarification, and Ben, this is probably directed towards you most. We really want to understand there's a couple of slides and graphs that the numbers get weird because they don't reflect load versus retirement. And we want to clearly separate out what is being affected by retirement versus load growth within those charts and graphs. The third clarification was we always want to have the distinction about the difference between HVAC and heat pump. That is a very clear distinction in the use of resource towards electrification versus just HVAC for the sake of HVAC without it being heat pump from an overall efficiency standpoint and reduction of gas. So making sure that we were clear on that through all the discussions. The fourth clarification was the value and representation of DERs, which this is going to be a little bit repetitive, but let me attempt to encapsulate. Throughout the document, we talk about solar and battery, but through all of the modeling that has happened for the last 7 months, we were clearly separating central station solar and battery from distributed solar and battery solutions. But that's all kind of jumbled up in the way the document, the statement of need, is currently written by not clarifying those two separate categories. And we want to have clarity around the central station versus DER solar and battery initiatives when we talk through those different comments, as well as what has been recommended for the bar charts for clearly representing that as its own class of resource versus central station. And Ben, sorry in advance, because I know that's going to fall to you, and maybe we as a group over the last 4 months should have caught that as a distinct category and made this clear in the process. But I think that that's a really good suggestion that has come through today's collaboration. And again, the commitment to pursue in the stakeholder process, there were 2 bubbles for the value of DERs, things that could be captured in Plexos and things that could not. A commitment to pursue those things, to clearly identify those things and make sure that the value of DERs were clearly represented such that, and again, we all agreed that we weren't saying, hey, DERs at any cost. They need to be cost effective. They need to be, but we need to properly represent the value, which I think that the stakeholders and E3 and EPE have all worked very hard to try to get to that point. And so we just need to better clarify that, I think, with the way the document is represented. And I'm going to look at a few of you to make sure that I captured that thought correctly. Is that?
Yeah, I would just add the comment that I'm not sure that we're capturing all benefits of DER in the modeling, and particularly the distribution savings that might occur if we pursue demand side.
Yeah, I think absolutely. And I think that's that 2 bubble approach about the things we know we're capturing and the things that we know we're not. And there needs to be better work done on the things we know we're not capturing.
I'd clarify one other thing too. There was a specific sentence Randy, you can speak to it. You brought it up. And then when you were talking about.
Yep.
Kind of presupposing outcomes. So Randy, you should speak to it because you brought it up.
Sure. Great story, meeting measures renewable and carbon-free energy goals. Second sentence.
Yep.
Says, however, affordability and reliability considerations may act as a limitation to this degree of compliance, yes, over time. I recommend that. Means two different things from the stakeholders and. Neither.
I think the conversation around the table was, could that be modified to be more reflective of utilities, objective, and something that stakeholders will agree with? Did I hear that?
Yeah, and Jim had a good recommendation, but that was the specific thing we wanted to point out, that we don't want statements presupposing an outcome.
Yeah.
Well, make one other point you could say, well, gee, all the renewables are cheaper, and say, well, we may exceed the requirements for the, but the point is, anytime you make a value statement like that, you're kind of presupposing an outcome. And so I, in particular, think the Randy's solution, just strike it, is probably the best.
Okay. So I think that was all of I think the distinct clarifications for the document that we were looking for, and then just.
May I interrupt?
Yeah, yeah.
On this one, the benefits, capturing those and making sure that Plexus reflects that, are you asking for that in this statement of need, or is that something going forward?
So I think we'll probably deal with it more specifically in the action plan, but in the statement of need, right now, we feel really good about the great work that has been done in Plexos to capture the value, but there hasn't been the work done to capture the additional value streams that we can't do in Plexos. So that was, and again, that's the chart that Ben's team developed that basically had two circles on it. These are the things that were Plexos. These were the things that were not, and trying to make sure that we captured those effectively going forward.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No. And then the last thing was, we did have a large load discussion. I mean, that's not on anybody's mind, AI data centers or anything. So, and basically the notes were looking for that more consistent path forward that can both recognize the opportunity for economic development and help find a way to have positive economic development for the regions, both New Mexico and Texas, but also recognizing that we need to isolate and protect the existing structure of our rate base and customers, because when you have a 2,800 megawatt utility and somebody shows up and says, hey, we've got 1,000 megawatt load, that can just swamp if they fail. And so we talked about all the large load tariffs that we had shared back in March with everybody, all the different things that people were doing, and just saying that from a path forward, El Paso Electric is looking at this issue. We all know because they've told us they're looking at this issue, and having that more consistent path forward to create the economic opportunity through clarity of a large load tariff or structure that can do both things, support the ability to be more effective with economic development while also protecting customers in that process. Is that?
But the only addition I'd make is this, in addition to data centers,
Yeah. Sorry.
Even if manufacturing is holistically as a portion of the large load customer that is not data center, even though they have maybe it's in a low profile or use demand, it has a different flavor.
Yeah, that's a great point. And sorry, we always all reflect back to data centers, and we should stop it. It is the advanced manufacturing, it is the re-onshoring, it is chip manufacturing, it is steel, it is aluminum, it's all of these different things that are coming back to our shores in that advanced manufacturing, and be able to conceptually support that thought process through a structured way to be able to effectively incent that opportunity while also protecting existing customers from these large fluctuations if one of these large loads were to fail. And I'm going to specifically, did I capture that thought process? Okay. And I think I got all the notes. Monty, did I miss anything? I got everything? Okay.
Can I ask, there was one other good conversation about the impact on transmission and distribution, recognizing that the utilities got a whole transmission and distribution modernization plan that they submit, but the point was, I think, how is transmission and distribution considered in the addition of resources? Wasn't that your concern?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think that's the value question. So we know that Plexos is
Well,
capturing
that's-
the transmission, but we
Gotcha.
also know it's not capturing distribution and other values.
Okay, and not just in the DER case, that's
Not-
why. That was not just in the case, that's that has implications for any resource addition.
Potentially, yes, depending,
I think that
depending
was
on
his
where it's connected.
Is that what?
Thank you,
Okay,
yes.
that was the only thing that I heard that we missed.
Okay, cool. And other than that, Kamani, good? All right. All right.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you. Yes.
Maybe, I'm looking at my co-facilitator here, maybe let me, sort of summarize, I think what we just heard. And then I think we're gonna look to EPE to give us a little reflection and thoughts back, and then do a quick poll and break for lunch. Does that sound all right? And I'm just gonna check in with the folks online. Can you hear me? Katie, if you could do a
Yes, we
thumbs
can.
up, maybe?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I see maybe 3 areas that I think we're getting feedback. The first would be just on clarifications, that the group needs some clarification, and particularly on the numbers. So now I'm gonna take my red pen. And I think we heard this group here, they need some clarifications on how are the numbers being portrayed. Nameplate, accredited capacity, where are the retirements, and I think RFPs. So I think that's just sort of working through some of the numbers that are represented in the first couple of pages. I would say the second group in the room had, I would say also a similar clarification, that statement on page 3, second sentence, that they wanted at least a consideration of the language there. I think we also heard. Yeah, the retirement. So again, clarifications on how the numbers are being represented in the first section of the document. The second theme I think we heard was on demand side resources. I think we heard loud and clear from all 3 groups that they wanted a specific recognition of demand side resources as an option for the company on the resource addition. And I recognize it's not an addition, we're trying to reduce peak, but for the company to recognize that is a tool for EPE to use. Thank you. Okay, I'm just gonna put the same theme in green. Yeah. Yeah. So on demand side resources. And then the third overwhelming area was large load customers, recognizing both the economic opportunity, but also the need for the existing customer base and the protections. I think we'll probably come back to that this afternoon with the large load tariff, but loud and clear from all 3 groups of both putting some careful thought into bringing new customers on and how that affects the existing customer base. And then I think the last one was only our online group. Was I'm sorry, that was the value of DERs, and that might also come back next this afternoon on action plan of how do we capture the full benefit stream for DERs. And I'm kind of looking around at folks in the room. I see some nodding heads. For folks who, the stakeholders, does that feel reflective of the last hour and a half discussion? No. Okay, so maybe I'll open the floor to EPE. I think a chance for you all to kind of hear from you all, given what you just heard from stakeholders, given the recommendations that we're flagging on the wall, thoughts or feedback for the group, or any reactions of what you might take with these comments and think about it. So Emmanuel, if I could ask you to come up to the, thank you.
And Jim and Jessica, would you like to join Jim and Emmanuel up here to reflect on Omar? I'm gonna put you up here so they can hear you on the Zoom, please.
So I thought, just as for the entire group, I think what I heard, at least starting out in our group, made me reflect a little bit on what we were looking at in terms of, we're looking at this document, right? But almost in isolation. I just wanted for consideration, and this is something I think for us to remember when we're putting the whole package together, is that the statement of need and the action plan are part of the IRP report. And the IRP report includes all the analysis that has been done over time, within reason. So it includes a lot of detail. And so I'm thinking a lot of the issues, some of the issues I heard from our table maybe can just be satisfied to some extent by some references within the IRP where an analysis was done, for example, of pricing for demand side resources or what, indicative pricing, things like that. And so I just remember that when you're looking at this document, it's in the context of the total report. And if you haven't, you owe it to yourself to go back and look at the last IRP report. You'll get better sense of everything that's included in there if you haven't been involved before. So I think there's, in my mind at least, and this may be a misperception on my part, but it was, we're reading this document in isolation and there's not enough detail in this document. Well, it's part of a much larger document with a lot of detail. So just keep that in mind. And maybe some of these can just be answered with a good number of, it seems to me, can be answered by references to where these things, this thing or that thing was considered in the overall IRP report. Just a suggestion.
I was gonna say the same thing as I was jumping back and forth between the discussions. It's a big sigh of relief because most of the stuff that was being talked about back and forth is within the larger portion of the document. Is just that the statement of need, as we're seeing it, is a high level summary of everything that's going to go into it. So yeah, this is all definitely stuff that we're going to take back and implement and all that. But again, the content and the things they're there. It's just not in the statement of need. Like Jim said, it's part of a, I don't know, 200 and something page document. So no, so I think the discussion's been great so far.
Yeah, and I think I know Dave was at your table, but he had to step out for a meeting. He'll be back. Sam and I were talking a bit. I think we don't see any concern with potentially adding a little bit more description into the statement of need. Definitely for the DERs, that when we say solar and battery, that it's open to both, centralized or DER, and we're potentially back to that study, and then see what comes out and what shakes out loose. And we'll talk through more detail of how much of that detail to put in, but I don't think we're opposed to that, because at the end of the day, what we want to do is invite as much of a responsive RFP participation to evaluate all these options, and we don't want it to come across as if we're disincentivizing folks from participating. So.
Yeah, and I would agree with everything that these guys said, but I would also add the comment that hearing this feedback, hearing the things that are rising to the top in your all's level of interest and concern, and making sure we're paying attention to the right thing, causes me to also have a little bit of a sigh of relief, because it tells me that we're working on the right things at EPE, because we are really trying to figure out how to appropriately value distributed energy resources, demand side resources, how to encourage the participation of those into our RFPs. But particularly the comments about the large load customers, we're spending an enormous amount of time on that, and appropriately developing tariffs and contracting terms and mechanisms to create the right amount of protection for our customers, to solicit those large customers that are going to be most beneficial to our region, both from an economic impact perspective, but also for a positive impact to our system. We recognize that these customers can really hit us at one extreme or the other of our system. And so we've been very deliberate in trying to calculate that, negotiate that, articulate that. Again, it's still very much a work in progress, but it's very reassuring to hear that we're working on the right things. And the only other comment I would make with respect to the large load customers, and I'm sure this will come up in the action plan and discussions, is this isn't a linear process with those folks. And one of the questions that we heard from the Zoom group as a feedback is, what are the firm commitments versus what are the speculative commitments? You know, we're happy to be fully transparent and answer those questions. And I just want to reinforce that again, it's not a linear process. It's very difficult for customers to make firm commitments until the utility can make firm commitments. It's very difficult for the utility to make firm commitments until the customer makes firm commitments. And so rather than running around in circles, we're trying to be iterative so that we can take 2 steps forward, 1 step back. And so I look forward to some of your input on that issue with respect to the action planning. But again, I think we're more aligned than we're not with respect to the prioritization of the issues that you all have evaluated. So I appreciate your feedback.
I'd like to invite Ben or someone from E3 if you guys have any comments on the discussion, reflections.
Yeah, I guess, Emmanuel, just kind of echoing the sentiment in the room. Hearing most of our discussion was on demand side or DER solutions, and essentially trying to quantify those within the statement of need a little more. So hearing that concern, I did want to maybe just offer just a couple of points of clarification though on some of the comments I've heard in the breakout sessions and since we've reconvened as a group. So first of all, just 2 clarifications. One on Cynthia's suggestion on modeling a generic cost for demand side resources. In Cynthia, my apologies, we were in the same group and I didn't kind of put 2 and 2 together exactly what you was looking for. But if you recall earlier in our discussions, I suggested rather than put in a fixed cost for demand side alternatives, we do it as a break-even analysis. And I want to just quickly explain why I suggested that. If you take C&I demand response as an example, and let's say the break-even analysis shows its value as being $150 a kW year, which is, I think, is in the ballpark. If we were to model demand response at $149 a kW year, you may see the model select 200, 300 megawatts of it. If we were to model demand response at $151 a kW year, you may see the model select no demand response whatsoever. So I just want to be very clear, when you start making those kind of generic cost assumptions, you could really have very definitive results based on very small variances in cost. So I just want to make that clear and just highlight the potential problem you may see by taking that approach. The other point of clarification I'd like to make, I heard in the room after we reconvened, through kind of background noise, someone was talking about how the DER solution avoided so much of the alternative utility scale central power plants. I do just want to confirm that the DER scenario had 2 very big differences. One, we modeled 8-hour storage as opposed to 4-hour utility scale. And also we modeled time of use rates embedded within that scenario, which essentially shifted 200 megawatts of peak. So yes, the modeling shows there's potential value of DERs, but I don't think you can just say, hey, apples to apples, this is exactly the impact of DER alone. There's many moving components there, and that needs to be considered. So just a couple of clarifications there, Emmanuel. Apologies for the interruption.
Oh, no, that was great. Thank you.
Great, thank you for those reflections. So now, before you go get what's next door, we would like for you, the people
before we move on. Sorry, Margie, to interrupt. Cynthia has her hand up.
I think we just heard from the company on this part of it. And Cynthia, we're going to ask you to hold your thoughts for the action plan as we get forward. We want to have a chance for stakeholders to sort of reflect on what EPE just shared and give us some feedback on the poll here.
Great, thank you. So we're going to ask you to pull out your phones and go to this QR code. Kathy will put it on the big screen. And for the people, the stakeholders, EPE, you don't need to respond to this poll, but stakeholders at the Zoom room and here in the room, we'd like to ask you to answer 2 questions. 1, what is your level of agreement with the draft statement of need after this morning's discussion? And then the second question is going to be open-ended, and we're encouraging you to put actual comments in about additional comments or feedback you have regarding the statement of need. So I'd like you to take a few minutes now to respond to those two questions, because that's the way we have to capture your current level of agreement and your feedback that has maybe not been discussed, or your comments that didn't reach the level of the group synthesis and report out. So please take a moment, and Katie, Deb, maybe if you're online, you can put the URL, the link into the chat. If anybody on Zoom wants to go, you can follow the link directly and input your response.
Sorry, Margie, I did click on the link. It says the QR code has been deactivated. So maybe I can work with Deb to find the right link if folks in the room have been able to access it.
Let me see if I can get to it.
Yeah, we have it working here. Maybe folks online can use their phones to access it rather than going through the link there.
Looks like I can also get to it, Katie.
Okay, sorry, I will do some further investigation.
Okay, let us know if there's something. I'll Kathy, you have the latest version, right, of those link?
Okay, I got it.
You got it.
Here.
Yeah.
Well, it would be helpful to put up the slide with the QR code, because we're not seeing any slides right now. But I'll put the link into the chat as well.
Shared. Okay, I'll do it. Okay, there. Katie, are you good?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, folks online.
So when you're finished, please go next door and enjoy the lunch options. Deb will describe what's happening there and give you some options. We will reconvene at 1:15 local time. So enjoy your lunch and have some more conversation. We'll be back at 1:15 to focus on action plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Feel like I've already. Yeah.
I was gonna, if everybody's got the link, it's okay. All right, just go on.
And I'm going to ask folks online to please join us. Welcome back, everybody. Katie, if I could ask for a thumbs up from you all, if you're there with us online. Anybody else from the online? Patrick, there, I see your hand up. Okay. Okay, good. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for this morning's conversation. This afternoon, we're going to be focusing on the action plan. So we're moving from the statement of need, that's a reflection of both need and resources that EPE intends to solicit in the next 3 years. And now we'll focus in on the action plan. So what you see here, this should be very familiar to you. This slide, the action plan, and we've shared this several times. So these are the specific steps over the next 3 years that EPE will take to implement the resource plan, that statement of need that we talked about this morning. The action plan should also detail the specific actions for resource solicitations, whether it's a competitive bidding, contracting arrangements, activities. And then the third element is the status report from prior action plan. So this is by regulation that all utilities, investor-owned utilities in the state have to do in their reporting. So our objective for the afternoon is to identify priority action plan items. It is a very fulsome list. We don't have time to discuss all of it, but we want to focus in the room where folks have the most issues, concerns, questions, and guide our discussion there. Foster the dialogue, propose some edits, and then work toward agreed upon language. So last week, EPE shared with us their proposed action plan. There are 13 items on it, and I just want to recognize this is a pretty full list. The other investor-owned utilities, when they submitted their first action plans, had 7 and 9 items. So we are working from a pretty robust list, and for us as facilitators, we do see quite a bit of the discussions that happen in the workshops that EPE was reflecting that in these action plans. So just to recognize that the company was listening to you all throughout the course of this process. So the first 4 items on here are really various RFPs that are in various stages of implementation. So each of those to continue to carry forward on those RFPs. Number 5, then, the company is interested in looking at distributed energy resources and some pilots, 1 or more. Number 6 and 7 are electric vehicle. The first to evaluate the managed charging program that's already in the field from 2024. And number 7, to explore some vehicle to grid and bi-directional capabilities. Number 8, then, idea to work on grid modernization efforts. Number 9, to evaluate time of day rates that was approved in a previous rate case. Take a look at how those are being received. Number 10, to begin steps to replace the eddy tie. And I know that was one modeling item in particular for this group. Number 11, large load customer tariff, customer protections. As we've heard this morning, there is an expected filing coming from the company. So we'll return if there are thoughts here from stakeholders of what the stakeholders would like to see. Number 12, the regional market participation and looking towards the markets plus, the day ahead markets that is coming from the Southwest Power Pool. And then number 13, to implement time varying, get my rate pilot. And then in tandem, last week, we also asked stakeholders to submit your ideas. What, given the 6 months worth of work and all the modeling and the metrics that we've done, what are your ideas for action plans that you would like to see the company take? And so we paraphrased and summarized those. What you see on screen here is kind of the themes for those. Residential demand side management, C&I demand response, large load customers, transmission and distribution investment and planning, eddy tie and Southwest Power Pool market expansion. And then some others that were not in EPE's action plan. Social cost of carbon, gas prices, emerging technologies we did hear quite a bit. Stakeholder engagement, future modeling, some ideas of, and future resource plans of how EPE might address modeling. And then the last one was kind of a catch-all for, there are several good ideas from stakeholders, but we saw them as maybe applying in other regulatory work that EPE does. So I would encourage EPE to make sure you take a look at that last bucket, because there's some good ideas in there on energy efficiency, HVAC, heat pumps that maybe are more appropriate in other regulatory venues. So our purpose here, if you should have in front of you a discussion guide, I'm going to ask everybody to kind of pull that out. So what we've done here is we've taken the 13 action plan items from the company, and then we've overlaid with that. I know, sorry. Overlaid with that, the sort of the summary that we heard from stakeholders and interlace them so that the topics are complementary. And so this is going to guide our discussion for the afternoon. What we'd like you to do, what we recognize for some of you, you may not have seen this yet. So we want to take 5 minutes for you all to really read it through. Just take a look, see what's in here, and then take a pen and circle 2 to 3 issues, areas that you want to focus on for the afternoon. So I'm going to give you 5 minutes to do a silent read, and then I'm going to ask the stakeholders in the room, what 2 to 3 issues do you want to focus the discussion on this afternoon? Questions before we send you out?
Oh, so we're only gonna talk about 3 of the 13?
We'll see how far we can get. Yeah, you gotta do.
Trying to prioritize the list or?
Read it through and identify the top 2 to 3 that you most want to focus on, where you have questions or the most clarifications that you would like to hear from EP. We're gonna start with those.
Trying to understand the point of it. So.
Well, so we can, because we have
We're gonna prioritize and then keep attacking if we've got time, is that?
the idea is we're going to focus in on those 2 to 3 ideas for conversation and see if we can get to agreed language there.
Let me ask you too, I mean, it seems like we could lump together item 4 and item 6 if they're covering the same issue, right?
Yep.
And another thing is, it seemed to me when I looked at the PNM action plan that you shared, that they did, what they ended up doing was putting a lot of bullets underneath the different individual items, and that's an option for us as well, right?
Yep, for the group to consider today.
Kathy, did you describe how this was laid out?
I did.
Okay, so
Was that-
is it clear to people that the bullets underneath the EPE action items were ideas from stakeholders? Is that clear? Okay.
Yeah, we're
we
sort
had
of
some questions.
overlaying the 2 documents together in the interest of trying to come together on joint language.
Right, but in the PNM final product, you also had the main idea and then bullets under each one.
Yeah, and that was I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Having more detail for each action item is what you're looking for, I think, or asking if
As an
that's
option.
appropriate.
I
today.
understand the ones you list here are the.
Coming from stakeholders. Yep. Okay. Any questions from folks in our Zoom room?
Kathy, just a question on how you would like folks to elevate their priorities. We could use the chat, or do you want them to speak up when after everyone has a chance to look through the action plan discussion guide?
Yeah, for those on Zoom, we'd love to use the chat.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Folks online, I'm going to invite you to drop into the chat your 2 to 3 items that you'd like to focus on. And we still have some readers in the room, so I think we'll give it just a few more moments here. Okay, so what we're going to do for about the next hour, and I know we're a little fluid on time, but we'll see how the discussion goes here. For each item that we identify here in just a minute, we're going to ask what questions do you have, what clarifications. We'll work on it as a full group to hear a little bit of dialogue back and forth, and then we're going to break out into breakout groups again to work on specific language. So the next hour here is for people to seek clarifications and better understandings of just what is being offered and what is being proposed. So to start that process, I'm going to ask those in the room, stakeholders, and if we can just offer for me 2 to 3 items that you want to focus on from our discussion guide. Where would you most like to hear from EPE this afternoon?
No, just thinking, what we're trying to decide here is where we want to hear from EPE.
To discuss as a group.
And create agreed upon language on those topics if possible, right? That's the added piece. If we're gonna identify those things that we want to talk about as a group and create language that forms an action plan verbiage.
So going through this list, it's kind of scattered, and I found myself more attracted to the issues list that we had up before. And I could pick 2 items from that and feel like we could have a good discussion.
But tell us, what issues would you like?
So
You mean
a
these?
slide
Those from the.
where you had the 7 or 8 items up
From the
before.
statement of need?
Yeah,
Okay.
the list of issues for that. You listed the discussion items that came up most frequently.
Those up on the wall. Is that what you're talking?
Are you talking about our morning
Those?
conversation on the statement of need major issues that behind it?
Themes from stakeholders, there it is. Yeah, so what I would tend to do is just pick a couple items from there. Because I found that as I was going through this list, it's the 13 items, it was kind of breaking into subcategories that maybe were pretty limited.
Okay.
So personally, I would take from that list up there, the demand side management, and I would include commercial and residential as one item. And then I think large load customers, the top 2.
Okay.
I would point out though, there is an action plan item specifically on, if you look at action plan 11, that is on large.
Yeah. We'll tie it back.
Okay.
Yeah, we can tie it back, but
Yeah.
if it's easier for folks to think about it as themes. So Steve is interested in demand side management on both on residential and commercial and large load customers. Other stakeholders in the room, where would you like to focus our time?
Transmission and distribution.
Okay. Alan?
You wanted item numbers 8, grid modernization. We now have the advanced meters. What can those advanced meters do for us? What possibilities does that open up? And then time of day rates, item 9. We currently have time of day rates. El Paso Electric, has the billing and so forth to handle them. So getting them out further than they are now. There aren't very many of us on them.
Okay.
And then the third one would be 6 and 7, just electric vehicles are up and coming. How can they best be integrated? How can they best be fueled, vehicle to the grid? Just the whole issue of what can we do with electric vehicles?
Okay, thank you. Other stakeholders in the room, if you want to give us a +1 to any of these that are on the board. Others that you would add that you want to focus?
Sure, I can add my plus to the demand side management of residential commercial. I think that's numbers 4 and 5,
Okay.
maybe. Different takes that
Okay.
this. And I think we've got the large load customers, which is kind of number 11.
Yep.
Those will be my primaries. We presented new data today on carbon emissions, and so I would like to roll that data into those same discussions.
Okay. Okay. Other stakeholders in the room where you want to focus our time, Charlie?
Yeah, I picked the large load customers.
Okay.
And Eddie Tide and
Ah.
Anastasia still on the line there. She would be my subject expert.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay.
I would +1 on the large load customers and then the grid modernization.
Okay. Thank you, Robert. Anyone else in the room? This is gonna steer us for the afternoon. Dwight?
Grid modernization on time of day rates.
Time of day rate. Okay.
Kathy, under grid modernization, to me, transmission and distribution fit under that because they make up that grid. And so I'm good with grid modernization if it includes T&D.
Some discussion there.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
On demand side management. Might include TOD in that as well.
And TOD you said, or T?
Time of day rates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Suppose, to me, that's one category, demand resources.
Okay, okay. All right, Katie, can you?
I've got the tally for the.
Okay, sure.
So from the Zoom room, we had 2 additional votes for number 4 and 5. Issues of supply side demand IRP. We had 1 vote for a combination of 6 and 7, the EV managed charging and bidirectional EV charging. We had 3 votes for number 8, work on grid mod. 1 additional vote on 11, large load customers. 1 vote on residential demand side management. On the added issues, 2 more on large load customers. 4 on T&D investments.
No boy. Okay.
1 more on any tie, and then 1 on emerging technologies. And 1 on other regulatory venues. Which, Ryan, we may not be able to really respond. Those are sort of viewed outside the action plan discussion, but that's the tally from Zoom.
Okay, okay. So I think for our together here, we're gonna divide it by 3. Demand side management for resident commercial. We'll spend some time on large load customers and we'll maybe lump these 2 in together in grid mod and T&D investment. And I recognize that we just can't do it all. This is a pretty big list, so I see nodding heads in the room. We're comfortable prioritizing those. And given this morning's discussion, so this is gonna guide, we're gonna use this to guide us this afternoon. So let's start, because we heard quite a bit on demand side management and large load this morning. I'm gonna propose that we start with grid modernization and T&D investment, just to make sure that we get full time on that. So focusing.
You probably won't like me for speaking up, but would you lump any tie-in with the investment, or is that a separate?
We can, sure, we can work that in with transmission. Yep, okay. All right, so let's focus in on grid modernization, T&D investment, including the ID tie. What I'd like us all to do, and I'm gonna advance our slides. And this is, we're gonna stick with a group discussion here, because I know there are a lot of questions. What questions do you have, stakeholders, for EPE? This is your chance to sort of have your perspective shared, your thoughts. What clarifications do you need, and what would you like to see differently? The last question here, can we find agreed upon language after we discuss as a group? Then we're gonna break out into our tables like we did this morning, give you some materials, give you some stickies to actually start to talk about language. So for maybe 20 minutes or so, let's focus in on grid modernization, T&D investment, and EDI. And I'll open the floor to the stakeholders. What thoughts, input, perspectives would you want to share with the company today on that action item?
Which one are we starting with? I'm sorry, Kat.
T&D investment. Let me just. Grid mod. And the EDI. Margie, can you tell me on the action plan to correlate that to the numbers that EPE put forth?
Yeah, grid modernization and pace.
Okay.
EDI is 10. Those are the two on the list of 13. So
Okay. Yep, and then there's some stakeholder comments down below that on transmission and distribution investment. So I would encourage you to look at that as well. Yep. So I'll open to stakeholders. Comments, questions for the
Well,
group?
are we ready to move into content
Yeah,
for that one?
yep, please.
Okay, I actually, I have language that I would suggest for it, which I can turn in, but I'll just read this, it's one sentence.
Okay.
El Paso Electric will institute by October 2025 an ongoing internal process to proactively review the cost effectiveness and viability of incorporating grid enhancing technologies into all proposed and existing transmission and distribution resources. No, it's the idea.
Gets into
All existing transmission and distribution resources. I would say existing and proposed.
Okay.
And then one thing I want to mention in the terms of the modeling was the modeling we'd asked for was transmission and distribution. As the modeling came back, says, hey, we're not anticipating any transmission, so this is moot. But distribution is still important because utilities are regularly turning in 440s, or it's El Paso Electric not turning in 440s. But and those are getting just generally approved straight out. And so I think the reason transmission and distribution are even included in this is because I think the PRC wants a lot more thinking to go into what's being done with transmission and distribution. So I think distribution is important there. Whenever a new distribution line is being considered, going to be done with a lighter line in all of these new technologies. I just want that way of thinking about the new technologies to be incorporated in whatever is being done.
But I think when we first started, we heard from the company about integrated system planning rather than integrated resource planning. And we had sort of a crawl, walk, run. So maybe a question for the room here is, how does EPE see incorporating transmission and distribution planning into an ISP in the future?
That's a great recap.
Thank you.
and we have Omar in the room too.
Yes.
So, yeah. Go ahead.
I'll hand off to Omar like I often do if I get stuck. But so the process for transmission planning, we have a FERC approved and directed way by which we look at projects, by which we issue 10-year plans, so we do 20-year plans. And I'm interested in what you're saying. What I don't want to do is slow down the type process as it exists on the infrastructure. So, for example, when a large solar facility wants to interconnect, we do interconnection studies, which is outside our 10-year plan process. And we have what we call transmission cluster, where once a year, all these projects say, study my project. And we study them all and we say, I think if you go out and look, it's online, it's under generation interconnection, you can see all the projects that are submitted for June. It's like 4,000 megawatts of projects. It tells you whether it's natural gas, tells you whether it's solar, tells you where it's wind. We study all those in a model. We use consultants often. We discuss with the customers who are well educated in that, you know, the costs and the product and what's the equipment involved. And so, you know, if we get into what if scenarios, what does this do to total costs overall? Just my concern that I'm throwing out, slowing down process and increasing costs to those customers who pay for those sites. But I'm just.
No, I understand. I just want to mention, I guess, I want to be clear on my end of it, that I'm not saying you evaluate each project as you come along like this rigorous. What I would like is that you build up your technology, your knowledge of all of these technologies that are out there. And as you are conceptualizing processes, that becomes part of your regular thinking. Can we do it using these kinds of things? I'm not sure I'm saying you need this check off the.
I got you. I'm maybe more concerned about with the EPE will as it relates to the transmission. I need some more thought into that. I'll let Omar handle distribution, but on the transmission side, being told will, what is a federal process that involves other third parties who pay for those studies, who obviously have the same incentives in mind to lower costs. I just want to make sure I'm not. I just need to be aware of that.
Those are two different things, though, Dave. I just wanted to be clear that construct was moving forward and continuing. All of us would like to see support for a move to continue to ISP, which is a defined structured process versus IRP. Not saying that we wanted to invade interconnection process or anything else. I think that the comment was more around how do we support moving forward to continue the process of crawl, walk, run into that ISP world. Not saying that it messes with any of your other processes or planning initiatives, but how do we continue to support that process? Because everybody felt that this was a better process for me to talk about more of the system versus just resources. Is that I'm looking around into that's the better way to, because I don't think anybody's trying to invade into the process. And
don't get me wrong, I'm interested in the idea. It may have a bigger impact when we say will.
I guess still on that fence, huh?
No,
not.
To think of it as a maybe slightly different perspective on it. Well, I'll just do a couple of concrete examples. Transmission. Let's talk dynamic line rate. So what would be helpful or nice for stakeholders and help us with our customers is to understand, gee, what are you going to implement that technology on any new transmission lines? And do you have a plan for implementing that technology on existing lines? If so, which ones, or what would be the criteria for choosing those lines?
Yeah.
And if you could document that you had a policy about that we're going to pursue and how much investment it would take, that would be terrific. Everybody would know that where we're headed with that technology and why.
I think you'll like my answer.
And I know I will, because it's been mandated by FERC.
Right? And so we have to implement dynamic line ratings, and I think it was FERC pushed that back to 2026 now. By FERC, but we were striving for the initial target, but the larger ISOs and RTOs needed more time.
Right.
And so I'm gonna speak at a higher level because I'm foggy on, but, you know, originally it's those dynamic line ratings that are considered, maybe bulk power 115 and up, that others could get benefit from those lines. When it comes to the 69 kV, if I'm foggy on that, what the final position is, but.
Yeah, so, you know, that's one example, advanced power flow controls, same kind of idea. And I don't think it's asking for, again, a huge separate effort or stakeholder effort. I think it's asking for, you know, getting, you know, a first take from you guys about, oh, this is what we could do, this is possible.
Just to understand, is it, I mean, we're working on the filing, we're working on FERC compliance, is it the end results and it's a deliverable? Is that what you're asking for?
Well, I think the deliverable here would be the plan. So say, once everything now you have that plan delivered to stakeholders. Wouldn't we say, wouldn't make sense to say implement it, whatever that would be. You
Yeah.
need the plan.
Yeah, so I think what you're asking for, as opposed to, it's more initially educational on why EP did what it did and how it's complying, and then we can build forth on that going forward.
Right, so I'd love to see an action item, I think, what Don said, but I'd make it a bit more specific. And say, have a plan that's gonna be submitted by, that everyone can take a look at it. And decide what next steps will be, if there's disagreement about it.
Like a transmission upgrade plan you're looking for?
Transmission and distribution. In terms of just key technologies that they'd want to implement. And what the strategy would be to implement it.
So more globally as opposed to project.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah, sorry about that.
trying to get a strategic commitment. And enough of a plan that we could say, oh, we'll actually be able to follow up on that. Because that plan is specific enough for people to say, oh, here's where we need to tweak it. And now go ahead and do it.
Yeah.
So Steve, am I capturing this? So a plan, transmission distribution plan that has key technologies that EPE will investigate and potentially adopt?
So I call it a technology plan. But Don, what would you call it?
Well, I would say key grid enhancing technologies, because that's a discipline and an area of study.
Good, it's more inclusive, it's good.
I guess the one thing, we just want to make sure that we don't overlap with, because there's the avenue for the grid modernization, right? And we can submit for certain technologies. I would want to, share that we are evaluating many different technologies. Every time there is the need for a transmission line upgrade because of loading, we will evaluate, can we go to the high capacity conductor? Can we go to more of these modern conductors? Can we solve it in different ways? And even looking at distributed battery, if I did the distributed battery, can I control one of those upgrades?
Yeah.
Beginning to look at those. At the distribution level, especially in areas, because I kind of put the distribution level in two buckets. One is just city growth, right, which is geographic growth, that we're gonna have to get facilities out where we go. And then the other one is already built out areas of the city. And in those built out areas of the city, we're seeing electrification load growth. We have evaluated one specific geographic area, for example. I think I know that Span IO came in here and presented in one of the previous meetings. We actually did evaluate all of the AMI meters for that one geographic area. And we found that very few customers go over the 100 amp. Where Span IOs is like, hey, we can keep you at the 100 amps and you know,
Right.
So we explored, hey, how much load do we expect that geographic area to tap out at? And then what would be the cheapest way to serve it? Versus reconducting all the conductor, do we get to behind the meter pilot program? Do we get to Span IO concepts? So we are evaluating those concepts, and the ask is kind of that global perspective. These are the things we're evaluating, the technologies and solutions that we're evaluating. I think we can put a global.
And for me personally, too, if everybody else thinks that's fine, I think that's good, and to me, there's nothing wrong with that being an action item. And it kind of just says, yeah, keep doing what you're doing, you know, and then it's easy to fulfill, but it also reassures us that that's becoming part of, or that already has been part of the DNA of the company, looking in that direction. It just seems to me, since we're moving into this new area in terms of the ISP and public transmission too, it'd be nice to have some kind of underlying statement there. What you're telling me, and I believe you're already doing, that's okay with me, you know,
Okay, so more reporting from EP on some of the investigations that are happening.
Why October 2025?
Because
That's
I was
only a month after the.
because you gave me the smart and I was trying to do.
Pick a date.
the-
No, I appreciate that, but it's
Alright, so
realistic.
this date here, I mean, that's
I'm just asking what.
Oh, no, I just picked it out of the.
the- Okay, I'll check it. Okay, thank you.
okay.
And Don, I want to give you a little credit. They did fail to report. That was apparently it was an accident, and they reported their failure to the commission. And I want to give them credit for doing that. They didn't find it buried, so.
Okay, okay,
Yes,
so,
it was tough being a customer. The first PRC meeting I went to in Las Cruces, and the first item on the agenda was about you guys not turning in your 440s.
And you stood up and said, that doesn't sound like you.
I've been public, I would have, it doesn't sound like.
so just to kind of bring us together on the T&D investment, it sounds like the company is doing some of the emerging technologies, the grid enhancing technologies, power flow controls. Those investigations are happening. What we're hearing from stakeholders is they'd like to hear the company's thinking on that, how you've investigated key technologies and where you may be implementing.
I guess
As a
so.
start.
Yeah, I mean, but I think even though it's very reassuring, you know, Omar, we haven't talked in a while, I didn't know all the things you were doing, but I think it's good to have it in there. It's the first time out of the barn with dealing with transmission. It's a nice transmission item. And it reinforces, it just says, yeah, do what you're doing, essentially. So
Okay.
I'd like to see this next.
Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna capture here as a reporting as a start from EPE. There's more language over here of what we just discussed. When we ask you all to put together, and I'll be there in a minute, Chris. When we ask you to do action item and actual wording, I would ask you to refer back to the notes that we just took. So I think there's shared ground in here that I think we can find. Yes, Chris.
I would suggest not using the word reporting and say like quarterly meeting or collaboration.
Yeah.
So we're gonna come back to stakeholder engagement. Yeah.
I'm just, you know. Utilities hate reporting about how they've reviewed the technology, because then they get sued by the tech. A collaboration meeting quarterly to keep everybody apprised of all the cool things that you guys are evaluating and looking at and kind of what you thought about it in a conversation versus, I know that these reporting things just die on the vine. So I'm just suggesting that it should say reporting.
Okay, so let's do. I think I heard quarterly, right? But regular stakeholder engagement on it. Okay. Okay, I hear potential for 2 action items there. And I'm gonna flag it for the group when you go to write your actual statements together. Encourage you to come back to it. Let's move on to the Eddie tie, and I'm gonna keep this at a pretty quick clip. The thoughts from stakeholders, input on what you would like to see from the company and action on the Eddie tie.
Seems like a great idea.
Okay.
But I think the suggestion that was somebody made the prior meeting was. It's so good at 200 megawatts. Have we explored what happens if we increase its capacity
Above 200
above
megawatts.
200? I shared a little more. Oh, we were supposed to notice that.
So this is number 10 on our discussion guide, the Eddie tie right now at 200 megawatts capacity, quite beyond its age lifespan, and the company recognizes the need to upgrade. So in our modeling, we've talked about at its accredited capacity or its full 200 megawatt. And now we're exploring the possibility of upgrading beyond.
So, and I would like your thoughts in previous role as commissioner, if we. When we look at a tie, the DC tie, and we look at the potential value for market opportunities, the change in power, the bigger you make it, the greater the opportunity, right? But I think we have felt that commissions, both in New Mexico and Texas, might view that a little bit as speculative. Will those market conditions actually be? So when we were to run it, just presuming that power will always be available at these price differentials between the two sides, the number would just keep looking larger and larger. And I think we try to figure out how do we build a business case that the commission will feel comfortable that we're not putting the cost on customers, retail customers, to fund something that is speculative, like will the market conditions always be able to in that level. And so I think if we ran it without a doubt, and bank of the pine also, but if we ran it in a larger one, they would see that there's going to be more opportunity for exchange when there's disparate pricing on the two sides.
Would it be? This is the east. Power grid, not ERCOT.
Right, it's the eastern. That's
Has that got the wind resources or not?
They're heavy in wind resources, yes.
So it'd be one way of saying that potentially, if we're importing power over that we're increasing our renewables footprint potentially.
Potentially, the renewables are already there, right? So from the state of New Mexico, they came up along, the winds are already there. There's no doubt that we recognize the complementary nature of our region's solar versus the wind, right? Also by the same token, there is other than on this side of the right? So there's some,
We have the capability to model the different size of capacity and then where you get the IRP to really get a good feel of what the cost benefit is.
No, we have a price for the ties for different size ties. We have that. We're going to get that from manufacturers. I think what we do then is work on like with the analysis that we see to help us with what are the expected market differentials in pricing. And that's kind of where I think that the larger we make it, it's going to say, yeah, I'll take more and more advantage of that market. And so it'll look like it's more promising. But sometimes we also want to be cautious that we're not putting too much on customers that need to pay for that. Because it's great for reliability. That if there's a heat wave in Arizona, California, it's great access to power for us. And then for our neighbors on the eastern side of New Mexico, it's great for them if they're having energy shortfalls on it. They're not ability perspective. Sometimes it's like, how do you plan? So there's like three things, you covered two of them, so you understand the cost, each three side of the market stuff. What's the gating factor for the transmission lines connecting up sites? What is it capable of? Yeah, that would be like interesting. The higher we go on the amazing, but there would be additional upgrade costs in the transmission. But today, with the lines that it says slippery 45, what are the ratings on both sides for the lines that are on the side? Ballpark is about. Yeah, well, I think that there's a bit more room, at least I guess, I'm not sure how much there is on the, but that's why we didn't necessarily find that as the limiting factor. It was more the business case that the commissions would find reasonable cost of. We didn't go higher.
Let me see.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, if your question is, what is the voltage level of the lines currently?
What's the line rating on the side?
I think it's 230 on the east side of the side, and I think they were 345.
Well, he's actually talking capacity, but the voltage is 230 on that side and 345 east. So it's ballpark-ish. 600 MVA on the east side and 300 MVA.
And remember that P&M owns 1/3 of the line, 1/3 of the tie.
But from the sizing of the tie, if we were going to be able to bring sources of that, if we would, and then you have all of the other pieces. Sorry, that had come up in a prior meeting, I was told, like, maybe what I had said previously was correct.
Margie,
Yeah,
sorry,
go
can I just
Yeah.
can I quickly jump in here? Dave and Steve are coming through extremely clear on the audio here, but I can barely hear Omar, and I think that's Chris talking. I cannot hear him at all.
Yeah, it's
By design.
kind of a factor of, all right, so folks in the room, if you could just really speak up for people, those of you that are kind of back there to make sure the microphone's up here. So if you could speak quite loudly.
Well, I'm gonna cover everything that I said nice about you, Ben.
Omar, if you want to maybe come over
Can you
here.
hear me better now?
I can, yes.
So, they were just inquiring about the eddy tie. I mentioned that if we run a model and we run an analysis with a larger size tie, that there's no doubt it'll show a greater market opportunity dollar value. Because it just plays off of this disparate pricing between the two markets. But I guess, what I was mentioning was that it was more about building a business case that felt reasonable for commissions to say, yes, that's worth the expenditure. And that sometimes market opportunity by itself is viewed as somewhat speculative by commissions to say, to question these type of projects. And I'm not sure if you had anything that you might want to add on that.
No, not at all. I completely and utterly agree with you. That makes total sense.
And for our Zoom participants, anything from folks online on transmission and distribution, some of the investments, the planning, the idea for quarterly stakeholder engagement, or on the eddy tie before we move on?
There's no online comments. I just had a question kind of for Orland. You kind of set this thing up so it'd be ready to roll later in the future, had things lined up strategically. Would that qualify as useful or would the PRC maybe look at that a little disparaging? Like if we had things kind of ready, so it'd be plug and play in the future if there was a demand in the future.
We use in a Paso Electric.
Yeah, well, I mean, the area, I'm speaking of the area, yeah, not from the company or, you know that.
No, I think you're asking me from a stakeholder perspective. And we're a regulatory entity, so I think what I'm hearing a lot throughout this process is El Paso Electric, you need to do a lot of what you're already doing. A lot of this, talking about IDSPs over IRPs, those are kind of shorter time frames, 15, 20 years. And IRPs are more larger scale planning documents, right, for longer term. So yes, the big, the answer is probably unsatisfactory. It's still done.
Okay, so I'm gonna, just in the interest of time, I think what we've heard is that on C&D planning and investigations, that it is happening within EPE. There's a desire to hear more from it, some regular stakeholder engagement from it, and more information on how these are factoring into plans.
So I agree, that's the conclusion. I personally would still like to see an action plan item addressing this.
Okay, so I am taking my red pen, highlighting that for you when we come back to actually writing the two different breakout groups. Please refer back to this as you think about crafting an action plan or working with what's on in the material. So with that, I'm going to go back to our list here, and I'm going to move us on to large load customers. I heard both groups this morning spent quite a bit of time on it. I think I heard quite a bit in the Zoom as well. We know that EPE is going to be doing a tariff filing, also recognizes the concern on consumer protections. And I heard over lunch some concern for utility and making sure that the investments, the customers, large load customers that are interested have some milestones to show a good faith progress so that they're coming in. So with that, any further questions from the group, from the stakeholders, or when you look at action item? Actually, help me here. Is it 11? 11?
Yes, 11 on.
11.
And it was also on the stakeholder, yeah,
Yep.
11.
Number 11 here, questions from stakeholders or further comments and what you would like to see, how you would like EPE to address this in the next 3 years.
But maybe, I guess, what's in the room more, but does EPE have a plan for developing a large load tariff already that we can get an overview on?
Yes and no.
Okay.
Fair enough. I think of, yeah, just that, I don't think we're in a position to do an overview on it, but yes, we're working on an application for a tariff, which we could talk about in the future. So
Yeah, and I guess that's where I was going, is that, I mean, it can be a very in-depth and long conversation with, you know, whatever level of input that EP would like, but it can also just be a like listening session now or whatever. If you already have a plan, then, you know, maybe we on the part of the large load tariff back and forth and maybe just hear her, but with that, I wouldn't want to upset the apple cart.
no, I don't, you know, I'll just say, I think that with respect to the regulatory approval, say, for example, for a water flow tariff, you know, obviously opposition, you know, opposition to that could come from you're not adequately protecting your system from the potential factors. So I don't fundamentally have any problem with, we should have a discussion and hear, you know, although they're becoming pretty common across discussions all over the country in terms of protections. And I've said more than once that, you know, we're as interested in being protected as our customers are. And so I think we could maybe talk about how we could have discussions around what's reflected in the tariff. Because the last thing I want to do is have one that just is, you know, a filed application that's just universally hated and have to fight that battle. I'd much rather have one that people are aligned around, see the economic benefit of, you know, getting these customers, but at the same time having protections.
Yeah, I mean, boarding, filing and interveners, and, you know, as much as possible, right? It's not impossible to avoid it completely, but yeah, I mean, understand completely. And I'm involved in one right now with another utility, another investment utility in another market. So,
So there's experience and lessons learned there that you might be able to bring to bear to.
Absolutely, and I'm happy to. I mean, one of the reasons I'm here is to help large load customers, particularly data centers, but also the manufacturing, come and locate in the El Paso electric service area. So,
Jim, do you have a timeline for the tariff?
It'll be over the next couple of months.
Okay, so there's room for customer input and discussion.
Like your commitment.
So can I say Q4? Q4 2025, is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm gonna bring in, unless Robert, did you, is there anything further?
okay, yes, but not.
Yeah, no, I'm sure on the tariff specifics. I think that here is not the form for on the tariff specifics, but the idea of wanting some discussion and input before it's filed so that it is a strong filing.
I'd like to hear what other people have to say about it, because it was obviously a discussion point that people have.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, there's different customers coming with this large custom load. And I heard you discussing earlier. I think it was, the difference between an AI data center and its demands on the system and the traditional data center. And would you envision that there'd be different tariffs for those different categories of customers?
I don't think we're that far along yet, but, you know, if you look at it purely from the normal rate design perspective, you know, if you've got radically different load profiles, you are generally the same and separate. In some fashion, so, you know, treating customers differently. Looking at
and
in another process. The large load tariff sets a framework, and then the actual electric service agreement and the interconnection agreement get into the specifics of how the load will be treated and whether there's demand response, flexible load, curtailment, things like that. Because in that instance, it's too specific to the load to go into the tariff. And you don't want a tariff for every load.
Right, so, okay.
Yeah.
So just to pull on that, you're saying that the demand response requirements are not in the general tariff?
In that particular instance, the draft that I've seen is not.
So where would those protections come into place?
In that instance, they're in the electric service agreement, the actual contract about the.
Okay, so I want to return to a conversation I heard this morning on demand controls for large load customers, and you're saying that that is more appropriate for the contracting as opposed to the tariff?
I'm gonna be a little bit more like Jim here. No, I'm not. I'm saying in that instance, that's where it is.
Okay,
I don't have a judgment on appropriate or inappropriate.
okay.
And also, we've been looking at a lot of tariffs, like a lot of folks here, and that's where I've seen this. Even more, so the tariff is more general. You'll see the specifics in the contract,
Okay.
so you'll see the non-firm curtailable language.
So my question from there would be, in that general clear, does it include any parameters for those, for the range of cases that might fall in that thing?
So in the instance, I'm thinking of the large load tariff is still in draft. And the discussion with the Public Utilities Commission and the utilities are centered around a set of commercial principles that the Public Utilities Commission wants to see included in negotiations on the electric service agreement. And those are high level and negotiated, but not mandated. As of today, filings and testimony will be received.
And Robert, from what you've seen, those commercial principles, does that help guide the contracts then and sort of set some guardrails?
With the large load tariff in draft, that is the intent,
Okay,
but none of the ESAs or interconnection agreements, or even the large load tariff are in final form.
okay. And I want to be clear, energy service agreements, special services contracts, that is a business relationship between the utility and the individual customer. So I think that the discussion here is really at the tariff level of what's appropriate for tariff. And I'm looking to lawyers in the room if I'm out on a limb on that, but if that feels accurate.
I want to talk more generally about large load customers vis-a-vis things that would be valuable to the other customers and to the system as a whole. And specifically, this kind of goes into the demand management and demand resources. But I'd like to see an action item or wherever would be appropriate that specifies that large load customers, say greater than 75 megawatts, that are seeking interconnection to El Paso Electric, that they'll be prioritized for connection by certain criteria, right? And as we were talking about earlier here, some of those criteria are already embedded in it, like credit worthiness or whatever. But I would like to see criteria as part of that discussions and your negotiations is, for example, that their load profile fits advantageously with El Paso Electric's current and projected resources. So you're getting invited to the dance by somebody and does their profile match your profile, right? And presumably we're hearing that El Paso Electric has all kinds of suitors, all kinds of people who want to connect. And so obviously you have to prioritize them in some way. So I think it's helpful for us to think of the things that would allow us to go to the dance with this customer versus that customer. And I think you are constantly prioritizing because not everybody can hook up at once. Everybody wants to hook up right now. And so the way Texas, for most of the state, handled this is through Senate Bill 6, which just dictated all these things. They have to be willing to disconnect and curtail in time of emergency, period, right? To sign up in the state of Texas outside this service area. And so I think, since this is kind of a free trade zone in that respect, I think it's important that the company have certain criteria. So one is that you would advantageously match, but it's another example is your criteria for signing up for company A is that the customer's ability and agreement to either curtail its system demand or deploy its own backup generation / storage during times of grid emergency. So you had two companies and one company was willing to do that, the other company wasn't, there'd be a prioritization of the one that would. Or we'll give you one last one. It would depend on the robustness and effectiveness of the customer's own demand management programs vis-a-vis El Paso Electric Systems needs. So again, you're just looking at a company's general ability to do demand management. And if they don't have the ability to do it, that's not a good company to hook up with vis-a-vis a company that I think the example came up with. If it's teaching AI, you don't need constant load. You can teach when other things are doing versus you're processing credit cards. You need it all the time, 24/7, et cetera. So anyway, I would like to, I don't know how it appears, but it seems to me developing and expanding the criteria to include these kinds of ideas when Jim and others are negotiating with these companies is a good idea. And it also gives developers a chance to say, oh, I can move up in line if I'm willing to take on these responsibilities for myself.
Do you have a model rubric or an example to point to of where something like this has been implemented?
Trying to think if I do. I do think, and I'm also not saying that it has to be a formal policy, but I think companies everywhere are having those kinds of conversations every day on creditworthiness or whatever else. I'm just saying, you add a few extra in there that say, hey, if you're the kind of company that's willing to cut demand, or you're the kind of company that can curtail if necessary, we can move you in a lot quicker because we don't have to make as many structural changes in our own organization.
Okay,
If
Yeah,
you get my point,
thank
I'm
you.
not yet, so that's.
okay. And again, I'm gonna go back to the folks on the Zoom. Margie, do you see any hands or comments? Okay.
Yeah, we have Cynthia and Thomas.
Cynthia?
Thank you. I just wanted to add on to Don's comment or the question in the room about prioritizing or examples of selecting or prioritizing large loads based on willingness to act as a beneficial customer in terms of possible demand response and interruption and this and that. And so I've sent around in the past a link to a podcast that's audio and also text. So I'll put that I'll pull that up again here in just a couple of minutes and put that in the chat as a recent example I came across on that.
Thank you, Cynthia. We'll include that in the meeting summary so people can access. The folks in the room who don't have computers right now, we'll make sure that you get that link. Thank you. And then I think there was this Thomas.
Thank you, Margie.
Can you, I think maybe you're, can you just introduce yourself and what organization you're with, please?
Absolutely, thank you. So thanks for the chance to speak. My name is Tom Bouter. So I'm the Chief Commercial Officer of Borderplex Digital Assets. So I'm here on behalf of our team and our partners. So thank you for letting me address this as well. So what I wanted to say is like this is really a big moment for Southern New Mexico, and so the choices being made through this process will lead will either position the region to sort of lead in the next wave of technology development, industrial investment that's happening, or risk falling behind. And so the scale of the power that we're talking about here in the service area, that the demand that we're talking to potential customers about, is unlike anything we've probably ever seen before. We're talking, 1, 2, 3, up to 7 gigawatts potential load in the near term. And these are advanced manufacturing facilities. These are hyperscale data centers. There are other energy intensive projects. And what they require is rock solid sort of reliability to consider setting up here. And so for these companies, having that uptime isn't like a nice to have. They really need to have it. They want top tier reliability, which is 4 nines, like 99.99% of the time, uptime, redundancy, rapid restoration. And if we can't deliver that here in southern New Mexico, they'll go to Texas, they'll go to Arizona, they'll go to Pennsylvania, they'll go to Ohio. You'll see many of these announcements at a national level. And I will tell you, we're fighting on behalf of this region to try and bring those customers here to southern New Mexico, but it's a competitive process. And we will miss out on billions, if not tens of billions of dollars in investment, thousands of incredible jobs, positive community impact, and meaningful tax revenues if we're unable to deliver that. But if we can deliver it, the upside is obviously huge. If you look at what's happened in Santa Teresa since 2010, exports through the region have more than doubled. In the general region, you've got players like Foxconn and Union Pacific there. And we are seeing certainly larger opportunities coming in 2026 and beyond. And so in order for us to be ready for that, we need this plan to model like realistic growth scenarios and not just the historical trends. So looking at like 3, 5, 7 gigawatt increments and asking what it would take to serve that reliably. Obviously need a balanced resource mix. So that means reliable dispatchable generation, so natural gas, SMRs, SMR reactors long-term, alongside renewables and battery storage. We are big supporters of clean energy, and our customers really want it, as you will have heard publicly. But we need sort of that backbone capacity that can respond on demand. And so natural gas with carbon capture or as a bridge to emerging tech is really a pragmatic way to address that. It's cleaner than coal, obviously, and the infrastructure exists. And it buys us time as renewables and nuclear scale up. The grid needs modernization, obviously, and upgrading, transmission substations, microgrids. We're obviously a huge supporter of that solution. And then finally, data center riders potentially as a way to solve this. And then lastly, workforce. We're talking about thousands of jobs coming in, and so investing in that workforce and keeping that process transparent. We'd love people to, we'd love to work with the community colleges to train the next generation of grid engineers and operators. We'd love to sort of require updates and stakeholder engagement, so all of us, utilities, customers, regulators, stay aligned. But if we want New Mexico to win against other states in this race for digital infrastructure and advanced manufacturing, that power reliability and scale is really a must-have. And so, embedding those top-tier standards into planning, modeling the real demand, and investing in infrastructure is critical for this region to win. So we believe Southern New Mexico is ready for that. We're excited about the opportunity. And so with the right planning, we believe that'll unlock a lot of growth for the whole state for many decades to come. So I appreciate you giving me the chance to sort of represent our views on this. And I'm grateful for you guys to hear me out. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Thomas. We appreciate it. Appreciate your time.
Yeah, I was just gonna kind of add on that, some of the items you mentioned, those limitations, I think some of them would be favorable, but it would be hard for us to impose that on the customer side. I think because we're trying to drive development and economic development for the region, and we would see that as potentially being limiting to some of the customers that might want to sell here. And we would allow the decision makers on something that would say something on their home or something related to these constraints. Where possible, where they're open to do some of that, but we would always look for those complementary aspects, but not imposing it.
Yeah, and I don't think I was advocating for a rigid set of standards, but it gets in the mix. That when you guys are making contracts with people, if Dave comes with one company and he's willing to do demand response and Alan comes from another one, he's not. You just like you go with a more creditworthy person, you would make that, and I think I'd like to suggest in a whole series of things that you ask for, if this person can do it, and if this company can do it, and this one can. I think you go with a company that can support the system more fully, and obviously there's other criteria. You know, what they're gonna do economically, et cetera, et cetera.
But if those customers, so when we're talking a gigawatt or 2 gigawatts. Obviously, as we exist now, we can't say we'll get you 100 now and 1900 megawatts later if that works for you. It's more, I think they understand it's gonna be a 5-6 year process to serve that full amount. And if they're willing to pay and take on the costs of that reliability, it doesn't matter if they're demand response or not.
No, not necessarily. I mean, as long as yeah, whoever supports the grid best in that case with like what other strategy is a better one. I mean, what's the size of the system now? 2,400. So, and this gentleman was talking about 6 or 7 gigawatts. But if we're gonna grow out like that, we gotta get companies that are willing to help on demand response, et cetera, because otherwise it's gonna be a wild time. You know, I just think that my suggestion is that we add some of those other criteria into all the other ones and they become actively part of our thinking and we're adding something.
And when you say demand response to you, I hear that as a resource type.
Okay, a willingness, for example, to curtail at peak 50 hours a year by whatever means they want to do, whether they want to build some battery to curtail or whatever. You know? Or consider their own manufacturing system if they can modify that and require less demand, they're more advantageous.
And I think we may be saying the same thing. If we're saying you need 99.99%, it's going to require a battery on your system. This will be a cost of 99.99%. And you may say battery as demand response in a certain situation. So I think maybe we're closer.
I don't know. I don't know how you do it exactly, but it just needs to be part of the thinking rather than first. I mean, it's not first come, first serve, right? You're using some criteria. And so it's just to be thoughtful about what those criteria would be and to make that thoughtfulness and intention as an action item, I think would be good. It's again, non-binding, but we're trying to do something that sustains us like the grid as a whole. Right?
Okay, so I'm gonna bring us together. I think we're sort of working through whether it's commercial principles or some criteria for large load as a part of tariff and customer protections. Is that a fair? Charlie?
Then how do we include environmental review of other needs for these things too, like the water piece doesn't need? I mean, we're by the Rio Grande, not the Columbia here, so I don't. I mean, I've been wondering that the whole time. Where are they gonna get all this water? Are they gonna use pump and sell water? I mean, that's bigger than.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask that question because we're getting into pretty specifics on tariff and large load. So on this item, I've captured a few areas where I think the group is kind of converging, some desire for customer input and discussions before the tariff is filed. And some work towards commercial principles or criteria to give a little more structure of who's coming on and what requirements they have to bring. Environmental review, I think I don't know if the company can briefly answer that. Where would water usage come into play?
And I guess my question is on the generation side or on the cooling requirements for the load? Because when it's the load requirements, the customer is probably doing all that investigation as they're citing.
One would hope so. But
Well, it's covered under the public utility. It's covered under the water utility in El Paso, water or water district one.
well, here in Cruces, this is gonna be very novel with our public utility, and I have severe concerns about that.
Understood, and the market is moving towards much less water use and closed loop systems. Like Stargate, Abilene is 1 million gallons and it stopped.
Yeah.
Closed loop, so the market is mitigating those concerns. It's not, new developments are not as impactful as 3 years old.
Yeah.
But I understand your concerns about stuff, just not anything under
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, in the interest of time, I'm gonna keep us moving and we're on to our last one that we're gonna have some group discussion about, the demand side resources. I think we had number 4 and 5 on our discussion guide, distributed energy resources pilot programs, resi commercial. There's a lot of discussion in the various breakout groups here. But what we're gearing towards is what stakeholders would you like to see in this action plan to address demand side resources? And I heard one group get pretty close this morning, but I'll let the stakeholders reflect.
One thing, if I can, just background on the time of day. Just have all of this would be, unless there's a 9 on time of day rates on the 13. We didn't talk internally, but this is what we're gonna look at from our time of day rates on from the last 3 cases. Some people propose like opt-out TOD rates and things like that. And the only thing I wanted to say is, and it's for those that don't know, in New Mexico, we just got approval for number 13. And that is pilot rates that we're gonna test for residential and commercial. And that hasn't started. Right now we're recruiting, we're gonna start in a few months. Next year will be the first summer. And we'll admit, there's not a lot of people on existing time of use. But I think everything around time of use, nothing at this scale has ever been done. This is a huge project, big undertaking. The Attorney General or another Department of Justice had their economist. And then, the commission has had Christopher Dunn, he's all over the educational pieces. So there's a lot of things around education and how do we get more people on it. So this pilot, I think I want to give that back up so people might not know that's all happening. So it's a 1 to 2 year pilot. So I think that's gonna answer a lot of people. Just see if you really prove that's going on.
Well, raise a counterpoint there is that there have been pilots on time of day, time of use for 20 or more years. And the plan is that we're supposed to be learning from these pilots. And I would submit that one thing we have learned is you will not ever induce customers to get on to time of day. With incentives, if it's opt-in, you're not gonna get more than 3% of the customers. No matter where you go, and that's, all over the country.
It's 10,000 pilots across 50 states over 20 years. That's never ever had an adoption rate greater than 6%.
So my question is, why would we ever pursue that strategy? My second point would be that on these time of day programs, we persisted going ahead with saying they have to be revenue neutral. Which to me says that of all the customers that sign on to be part of this test, half of them are gonna make out well. Half of them are gonna end up incurring more cost. And if I'm a customer, why would I ever want to sign on to that? You're just asking me to take another risk. And so to me, it's not any particular mystery that these pilots always have such small participation. And in fact, the current pilot that's underway for 2020, I think about 5% of the people who signed up for that TOD list are in this room.
So just to be clear.
No, all I gotta say is, come on, guys.
No. Just to be clear in response to it, you raised some good questions. So typically when we say pilot, a lot of times we'll open up and we'll leave it at that. We'll do some marketing website. This one, we've actually hired a marketing firm and we got the commission's approval to spend about $1 million. Marketing firms going out there and they've already started recruitment. In fact, I get a daily email with how many pilot participants we recruited per day per treatment. So critical peak pricing, time of day, all this stuff. So it's pretty exciting. This is very different than we have in the past, but your point's taken. It's not easy to sign these folks up, but what we would like to use this is to inform a future filing a request, saying when we come in the future and saying we want to introduce this type of pilot rate, and we're informed by this pilot that we did for 1 or 2 years, that 2 to 7 worked out, 3 to 8. What educational material resonated with our customers? What really helped them save money at the same time help reduce peak load? So I think that's what we want to.
Well, and I have some very specific ideas that, not here, but I pass on about what would make a TOD rollout work. what would be the right dynamics for that? And then we'd love to have that discussion.
And I just didn't wanna, I just wanted more so let the group know in case as we get to what's out there for time of day and this being a new project, so just kind of wanted to inform there, so I'll leave it at that.
The one other point that I make is that, when you're trying to get demand side resources, it's a pretty fairly passive approach when you say, we're gonna submit an all resource RFP. And included in that is any idea that you have for demand resources. If I'm a vendor, I would think that there are a lot of things that would impact. A lot of information that could be conveyed that would impact. How and what kind of bid I would put together and structure. And how much effort I put into developing something that works for El Paso Electric. So I'll throw out one thought is that, let's say that we did opt-out TOD. And if I submit an RFP, or if I put out an RFP that mentions nothing about that, versus one that says, oh, we have this TOD program in place. Seems to me that could very significantly impact the kinds of programs and the kinds of bids we get. And that I think what's required here is a much more intentional and purposeful approach to the demand side. It considers how these factors interplay and how it impacts the kind of bids you get from the market, and how it impacts what you develop internally. And I'm, you know, and I know it's an iterative process. But I think you need to take that much more intentional and purposeful approach as opposed to, oh, well, the vendors are out there, we'll send out an RFP. Because I don't think that'll get us there.
Steve, for an intentional approach, can you elaborate? Are you looking for maybe a megawatt capacity target or a percentage of peak, or what would the company do to?
Well, so I think one, it would be a goal. That's number one in terms of how much.
Megawatts.
Number two, it would be sitting down and thoughtfully putting together a strategy of how these things might work together. And what we're going to learn from each step of what is clearly going to be an iterative process. You're not going to just go out there and get it right. But you have to have a thought about how these factors are going to interplay. What am I doing with my rates? How might that impact what kind of bids I might get? What does that mean about what I might be able to develop internally? What might be the more costly or complicated approach? Are there simpler approaches we want to take first before we take that more technical step? All that has to be thought out, I think, in a very intentional way to make real progress.
You know,
Cynthia's still hand up. Well, Chris, go ahead, and then Cynthia will come to you next.
so everything that's being walked through. Sorry, I love them. You actually learn things in these things. It's so much fun, but it's very interesting because I have no idea about the capability of this, but the way you just laid that out, it's all this information is in the IRP. E3 and EP have done this spectacular job of modeling all these scenarios and finding the value pieces. And to Steve's point, we put TOU and TPR together, and E3 produced a value of those combined things. And so on a go-forward basis, the opportunity might exist rather than a utility issuing an RFP and thinking that people are smart enough to read the IRP and figure those values out. Might be more directed into quadrants saying, give us an idea for something that combines these things like we studied in the IRP. They give people just an idea. Sorry, that just came out of, I think, being more intentional in engagement with the world versus expecting. I know that I enjoy the shit out of IRP processes and technology and everything else, but there's not a lot of this in the world to do. So
figuring out a way to be more intentional about that and trying to provide guidance is a very interesting idea.
So time of day rates with DER value, a better guidance and more information from the company that would help gear bid responses?
Potentially, and again, sorry, this is real time, not thought out, but I just like the concept because the modeling is already been done. Right, I mean, it's there, we know the value of TOD, we know the value of TR, we know the value of CI/DR. So, hey, folks, let's just be front and center with that in an RFP about, we define these value streams, we know what they are. So be creative. Come with ideas around the value streams that we model into our process, rather than just, hey, bring anything you want, try to guide some. I don't, and again, I know that's sometimes problematic, but it was just an interesting idea, so I wanted to pile on.
Thank you. Okay, Cynthia,
So where that leaves,
hang on, we have Cynthia was
Oh,
lined up next. Yep, Cynthia?
Oh, did Steve want to follow up? Was that Steve or? I can go ahead. I want to go back to the matter of TOU or TOD success that Steve was talking about a few moments ago, and just pipe in on something I've mentioned a few times, which is success depends on a consumer's meaningful way to respond. And that means, number one, that consumers need demand response and demand resources. And for both of those, but particularly demand response to work, one element is that we need to have improved space cooling efficiency on the system. Just HVAC is a good start for residential and small commercial. And then with large C&I loads, we need whole building and whole facility optimization of operations. So that's not everything that's needed to make TOU work, but those are, from my perspective, key elements.
Thank you. Steve, did you want to follow?
well, so to me, the ultimate action item would be an RFP specifically directed towards demand side resources. And that you'd want to go through that kind of intentional thinking through, so that you can put out an RFP that really does encourage creative solutions.
That's item number 4. And if you have suggested changed language to item 4 on the list, that's coming next. So, right,
Yeah.
Nancy, or Kathy, we should probably,
Yep.
that's exactly.
Yeah, before we go there.
Okay,
So you're, Steve, you're saying a special RFP that's specifically for demand side resources, as opposed to an all source solicitation and throwing them in. Chris, very quickly, and then we gotta.
Just the last one on the TO stuff. The single most when DOE studied 10,000 cases, it was always the ones that were married up with technology enablement that had the most success, because as I'm not gonna put operational people on the spot, but having run a control room, it's like, yeah, demand response is gonna show up today, but not tomorrow, because we have to make phone calls for it. If it's not technology enabled and it's not signalable, but the idea of the TOU married up with technology enabled solutions as part of the program is the one that's had the highest adoption and retention in all the programs that have been studied.
Thank you. Yep. Okay, so that's signaling. Okay, so just to wrap this part, I think we've heard desire for an intentional approach from the company, some sort of goal to guide it. Maybe a specific RFP, but specifically for demand resources, and better guidance on the value for time of day and DER to help guide those bids. So where we're gonna go, and I'm conscious of time. No, I'm gonna ask us to muscle through if we can hang on. We're gonna break into breakout groups. And our last bullet point here is, can we find agreed upon language? So taking the notes that we've done today and what's on the board and underlined in red, we're gonna hand to each of the breakout groups in the room one set of stickies and one pen for each of you to try to work towards agreed upon language for the items that we just talked. I think we're pretty close. So we're gonna give you, let's say, till 3:15 to work that through. So if you could go back, actually, before we do, questions on what we're doing?
This is Cynthia. I don't have a question, but I had one other item to add, I think, under the general category of demand resources. And that would be what we discussed in our breakout group this morning, Katie, the notion that El Paso can proceed internally on its own with significant DR and DER resources outside of the RFP and MSSU, and then DOD, Kyle Smith and Pat Chavez with the New Mexico both gave us some really good examples of what they're doing there. So, and also just that there's a lot that can be done internally. You have an energy efficiency and load management annual filing. Bill brought that up in our breakout group. So thank you for letting me butt in.
Thank you, Cynthia. Okay, so Katie, I think we all are gonna go ahead to the breakout room and work through if we can get to some agreed upon language, and let's go till 3:15, please. And we'll come back to the Zoom groups.
Okay, sorry, did you want us to work on all three of the priorities then?
If you can get to it. Yep, I know time is short. And it's hard for you all since you don't see what the notes in the room, but yeah, thank you, Katie.
Okay, virtual participants, I think we can stay in this room. If this is too disruptive,
Yeah,
if
Katie, we do need you to go to a breakout room, please.
Okay, great. So folks, just like our previous breakout room, I'll open one and it should invite you to join.
Okay,
No.
we're coming back to the full group. Welcome back, folks. Katie, your group hopefully had a productive discussion. We had 2 breakout sessions in the room here, or breakout groups in the room. So we're going to ask each of the tables in the room, and then Katie will go to you online to just report out what you had. And if, as the reporter shares, you can just read where you landed on the group and then maybe stick it on to the appropriate issue on the wall here. So I'm going to start over with this table. Don or Alan, do you? And you might even come up here so our digital folks can hear. So I'm going to hand it to Don Kurtz from one of the breakout groups.
From the #1 group.
So, and what we're going to do here is hear back from our breakout groups, hear where we landed on some specific action items, and then we're going to ask EPE folks to respond to it, and then we'll take our poll, and then I think we're done for the day. So EPE folks, just know that you all are on deck to respond to what you hear in the next 20 minutes or so.
Okay, our action items. This one's relevant to item number 4. And it says, El Paso Electric will, as part of the all source RFP, seek to be more explicit on the types of demand side resources that may be most beneficial and complementary to system needs. This will include directing potential bidders to relevant sections in the IRP report.
Thank you.
The next one applies to number 8. El Paso Electric will institute an ongoing internal process to proactively review the cost effectiveness and viability of incorporating grid enhancing technologies into proposed and existing transmission and distribution resources. The results will be presented to stakeholders annually. Okay.
Thank you.
And number 11. A listening session to gather customer and stakeholder input on potential large load customer connection to El Paso Electric system will be held before filing any large load tariff.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, and that was with discussions with EPE at the table. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
We'll go to our next table over there.
We now refer to ourselves to as the A team since there's already a team 1. We started with the large load customers. We did come up with the idea of collaborative communication to extract industry best practices. Some input from the table that led to that. We think it has to happen soon. Kind of came to an agreement within 60 days. We are going to leave this on El Paso Electric's initiative to get that meeting held.
All right, so from both groups then, some discussion and communication before the tariff is filed, industry best practices within 60 days.
Correct. Demand side management, a really good communication on this for demand resources. I think this best sizes that they're going out for an RFP. We don't know what the size for that would be, so kind of put some guidelines sized for cost benefit, and looking for a specific El Paso Electric strategy for demand resources submitted to bidders for a robust response. So we don't want to limit it to one technology. We want to look at all the technologies combined. I really have to go, maybe we will go back to team 2 because we didn't get to the demand T&D investment or Eddie Tie. No, because it would be.
Didn't get there at all.
We didn't get there at all. You'd hear Randy's comments, and I don't want to do that. Which are favorable, but not combined with the group. So I don't know.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, and then Katie, we'll turn to you for the Zoom discussion. You might actually, do you want to share your screen with some of the notes that you all generated?
Yes, that'd be great.
And actually, Margie, can you?
No, it's dropped. I can try to transfer.
Yeah, just so, yeah.
Okay, are you all seeing the action plan notes?
Yeah, it's kind of small. I don't know if you can maximize your screen or do presentation view. Presenter view.
Let me see.
There, slideshow. Yeah. There we go. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, so from the on T&D upgrades, the eddy tie and grid modernization, there was agreement with sort of what the language that we heard in the room. So the group didn't have much to add on to it. It was a bit hard to track all the details, but it sounded to be on the right track. In terms of large load customers, we talked about the need to get the terms and conditions right. And so, and the need to ensure that there's no net adverse impact on existing customers. So some language for the action plan might include, EPE will hold additional stakeholder discussions to define that there's no to define what no net adverse impact means. As we heard that with PNM's tariff, there was some lack of clarity around how that would be determined. There was also suggested language that EPE will include the form of contract with large load customers in the tariff for review and approval by the PRC. And additionally, our group talked about some recommendations for further research as the tariff is being explored, potentially learning more about what's the acronym Beyonce, which is Bring Your Own Clean Energy in other jurisdictions, learning from PNM's rates and riders for special customers, specifically rate 36B. And the group offered a few references to recent studies and reports that can provide some more information for EPE as the tariff development continues. On demand side resources, the group talked about adding language where EPE commits to developing a pilot in full scale for demand resources as soon as possible outside of the RFP process, and the EPE would commit to prioritizing demand reductions on critical circuits and feeders in its New Mexico territory, with implementation targeted prior to the summer 2026 peak period. And lastly, echoing some of the conversation in the room, our group talked about adding language to the action plan for EPE to commit to having a separate RFP process for demand side resources that is independent from supply side resources. And that's it from us.
Thank you, Katie. All right, let me capture all of these. So I know that was quick fire, we're running out of time. I do the last one, second to the last of the last one.
Oh, Katie, can you share your screen for just a second more, please? Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, the last one. Okay, so that was a real fast pass. So I'm gonna take each of these in turn and then would welcome EPE's reflections and considerations of what you hear. So we'll start with the T&D investment and grid mods. We heard proactively review the cost effectiveness and viability of grid enhancing technologies. And the results shared with stakeholders annually. And then from the group online, so that they agreed with the language in the room, wanting to hear more about the evaluation happening, the stakeholder engagement, and more on the key technologies.
Was this the part you came talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Bob, well, open the floor to the EPE folks in the room if you have reactions to that or concerns or thoughts.
No, I think, one, I think this process lends itself to questions and answers and understanding that you don't get just by putting things down in documents. So one, I just want to recognize that because when I hear we want to be part of the transmission planning process, I'm like, well, wait a second. And then I hear other things that go, okay, maybe there's something we can work on here. And so I think, I think we can work together on trying to find that understanding of processes by which we must go through, and then be open to ideas that can be incorporated in that. What I don't want in that for throughout from the EPE side, we're playing defense naturally on this, is you know, I need to be flexible and I can't slow down current processes that have specific deadlines, but you know, I think Steve gave us an easy one. He said dynamic land ratings. I'm like, sweet, I got an answer. We're already halfway done. So yeah, I don't look at that and I'll seek Omar's input. I think this is something that we can incorporate as far as these discussions on technology.
Yeah, and I think definitely in the context of what Don and the team say, just to understand everything that's being done, we think that every explicit project has to be done in this manner, right? At least where we've looked at smart dollars, where we've looked at the high intensity vectors, you know, the distributed stuff that we can share that globally. I think this is probably good.
We'll just find the right language to.
Good. And the stakeholder engagement, somewhere in one of these notes was, given that you all are reporting, the status report of where you are in the action plans, to bring that to the stakeholder group as well. As long as you're doing it at the PRC, to also share it with the stakeholders and maybe get input to how those programs might look in the coming year.
Yeah, quarterly may be a little dull for everybody. I don't know that there's a lot that
We love you
goes on.
guys for getting quarterly.
You know, we, in the interconnection and 10-year plan, more so in the 10-year plan, I think we have semi-annual public meetings.
You know, then we'll share that as part of this, I think we're obligated annually to give a report on the action.
Okay.
So at the table, we're relatively to you.
Okay.
Because it's already a requirement.
The annual report, the status report that goes to the PUC.
Right.
And then also bring in a stakeholder group at that time to both hear what's the progress for the year and any input from stakeholders for going forward for the coming year. Okay. Okay. And then I'm gonna, anytime, I think our groups didn't get very far, we just ran out of time, but we're gonna invite you to provide thoughts via poll. So if there's something that we didn't capture up here now, certainly welcome you to put it in your poll here shortly. Large load customers, I think there's a lot of interest. We've heard before the tariff goes in, stakeholder discussions, no network adverse impact. How is EPE going to define that and view that? Listening session to gather customer and stakeholder input on the large load customer connections before the filing. Again, collaborative commitments, discussion of industry best practices within 60 days. I think pegged again before the tariff filing, so that discussion can happen. And including the contracts in the tariff filing. Katie, I think that was your group. When you say contract, was your group thinking the special services agreement? So here's the wording.
I would prefer back to the group on that. I think perhaps Judith made that comment.
No, I think that was me, Sydney Beatles, and
Oh, Sydney, I'm
I
sorry.
was relating it to the way that PNM manages its contract with its data center load and recognizing that this is the tariff that EPE will be filing is for large loads, not just data center loads, but the concept is the same, that the form of contract itself that PNM uses to negotiate with the individual customers is subject to review and approval by the commission. So it's really a baseline for their negotiations.
Now, it's a legal counsel in the room. Is that review of contracts? Is that a standard practice? I'm not sure, to be honest. I think Jim Schuster may be more informed than I am. I think with PNM though, I do know, I think that is one customer. So I don't know if that's if that example is very illustrative of sort of a more general, a large load tariff. Orleans, would you answer for us? Does the PRC review and approve contracts?
Yeah, they all depend on how they go through it, yes, so I don't think that's an
Okay.
Other utilities in nationally, don't, they have tariff review? Yeah.
Yeah, so the way I've seen this in the past, even for us, is to the extent this break this into two parts. We can talk about the development of a general contract, a formal contract, through tariff fund, right? So which it sounds like what the way described. That you use that for the basis that you're establishing a contract with the customer. But then if you have a contract for the customer, with the customer, New Mexico does, in my experience, like them to be included with the application. Although we can talk about that a little bit, but you know, that's the type of stuff that's confidential and treated differently. So, but absolutely, I think my vision of this is, at least with the tariff, is it would include some sort of form of contract. Because a lot of what we're talking about in terms of protections of best practices are more contractual than they are tariff. So certainly in the filing, I would expect we'd have a tariff.
So like a model.
Yeah,
exactly. Okay.
That's what I've seen.
Is EPI taking this on and
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I mean, this is the way it's, again, everybody's doing it, right? And so, generally speaking, that's what you see is contracts in some fashion along with tariffs.
So just for anybody that's not aware, EEI spent a lot of time developing the standard power purchase agreement that the industry baselines everything off of. I just, sorry, I hadn't even thought to call EEI about this, but they've got to be thinking about attacking this on the standard model contract, right?
Well, I certainly know that they've been doing surveying. In other words, it's about bringing together all the practices. I don't know to develop it.
So I haven't heard that they developed any model contract, but I know that it's moving fast enough that the utilities are putting model contracts in front of uses. You're right.
So, my experience was that when I was on the commission, was that when there were charges going back and forth between the parties, utility and the customer, to the extent that those charges could impact certain rates, the commission looked at them. So that's how we handled the phase one special services.
Okay, so discussions with large load, on the large load tariff before it's filed, get some stakeholder input on it. Including a model contract for review and approval as a part of the stakeholder discussion. And I think no, but that goes to the PRC for approval. Yep, sorry. And then, definition on no net adverse impacts. Thoughts from the company on that sort of collection of action items from stakeholders.
you know, we like to be cost based based on cost of living. And that's just a principle. That would be. But there would be provisions, I think, that we need to be in there that talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, there's two parts of that, right? The rates they're paying for service are only compensatory in cost of service. And then the protections against, to me, the protections against adverse impacts is really about the financial proportions. Making sure they're paying for the things that are specific to them and would have provisions contractually to recover those costs. The rate making side of that is, again, a process that everybody participates in, but to George's point, that's your design rates for service, you're looking at cost of service for specific customer, in this case for that customer. So I think, I don't know about defining that no at very adverse impact. I don't know, I'd love to live in a world where I have no adverse impacts. But yeah, so I'm good with it, you know, in terms of the meetings, the collaborative meetings, everything.
Okay. Yeah, just the individual staff. Anything else to add? Okay. Then lastly, in demand side resources, a lot on the RFP, separate, an RFP that's separate from supply side. Has more transparency on the critical circuits and feeders that might be applicable for demand or right for demand side resources. And EPE pilot for demand resources, and we already kind of have that one. I hope that one, that came from my group line. Also, demand resources RFP. Informed by some of the cost benefit from the modeling. And,
Really?
oh, more explicit on the types of demand side resources that might be that meet beneficial and complementary to the system as a part of the RFP. Okay, Emmanuel?
The comment I want to make there is the first one that you read on the separate RFP. Our group, we had worked out away from that and landed on that. The posted that we did, the yellow one, but we would be more explicit in the current RFP so that we don't have to issue a separate standalone RFP, since we've already shown the model that they can be evaluated and will be created. So that, I think that's just a competing idea where we have resolved it, but the state haven't.
Okay, no, I appreciate you bringing that forward. So how do folks feel in the RFP that results out of the 2025 filing to do RVAL? Can you use that?
Can I tag on, because our group had something similar, but the EP utility would seek to make more, try to encourage more robust participation from demand response in the all source RFP.
Part of this, but being explicit about what you're looking for.
Yes, what our concern on our side was if you just go out for demand resources, how do you know you've made the best economic decision while we talk about it? You really need to evaluate the total portfolio costs to get the right number.
Omar made the point that the PRC seemed to disfavor separating the RFP into separate resource types.
That makes sense to me, just because you don't know without checks and balances with other technologies the best cost for overall cost.
And when I shared with them during the rulemaking, we had suggested that, okay, if you go through a more robust RFP, can we come out of there and say we're going to issue a lot of people the solar, gas, battery, whatever, but that was kind of this, that those changes weren't accepted. And I think that the rule is that all resources have to be selected through an all source. So I think we were landing around the same place that you were talking about at this table. And it should be to be all source, but we can share, point them to the parts in the IRP report and talk about it. How was that analyzed to give them more better understanding of the potential goals.
So I'm going to look to the folks who are on Zoom and joining us virtually. I think your recommendation was a separate RFP. Given what you just heard of doing a more explicit discussion and criteria in the all source RFP that's specific to demand side resources, does that meet your needs? And I'll just open to anyone virtually. If you have concerns with that, please speak up.
I think it meets my concerns. I think I was the one who added that bullet, and I think the enhanced RFP language and just more attention to demand side as part of the RFP, as discussed, is satisfactory to me.
And
Thank you. And I like that language, an enhanced RFP that has a more explicit criteria for the demand side bids.
And this, Cynthia, I just add on to what Phil said. I'm not sure whether it's already been stated in the room, but that the modeling use the value added parameters that are already in the Plexus model for reviewing the demand side bids, and that we also continue to develop the off-sheet or out-of-model additional values for the other benefits that we're looking at. I think that'll help with ensuring that there's not a bias to supply side in the modeling analysis.
So Cynthia, is that maybe something, a modeling request that you would have going into the next IRP of the off modeling benefits for DR?
No,
That's just Kathy, that's just gonna be a part of the RFP evaluation. That's just something that we have to take into account.
Okay,
As part of the model process.
okay,
Great, good to hear. Thank you.
okay. So somewhere EP, if you can capture that in your action item when you're talking about the demand side RFP component, I think that would help reassure stakeholders.
And just thinking out loud, we're still, I don't think we have a understanding from the commission yet on our variance request. If New Mexico's included, definitely, we need to include this. If I don't think bids notification of intent to bid is mid-August, mid-September. Mid-September, so hopefully we'll have a resolution by then, and it shouldn't be difficult to point to the IRP point, but if it's a Texas only RFP, will maybe we wait till the New Mexico. I think that's being considered today's meeting. Yeah, no decision came out of it, what I understand. Oh. Yeah.
Okay.
What is the language now on the enhanced RFP bill?
I think that the request is to have more explicit language in the future RFP that's specific to demand side resources, points to areas in the IRP modeling and assessment that will give potential bidders more direction and guidance in their bid proposals.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Clarification for Omar.
Yes.
We're saying that in that IRP, you're not going to specify how much of any one resource you're after. It's just going to be the total resource need and fit in all resources having specification on category. So I'm not sure how they would typically look, but I do know that one of those discussion at the stable, we didn't have the one to be more PCD or grant side type of resources for projects. I'm not sure how it would be. If you were carrying that over for the RP in terms of ranges for the different resource types, or just here's a total need and maps giving guidance.
I think if you were to give guidance, I don't want to be negative. With the ER developer, I'm saying you're only looking for the DMA. The shape of the proposals that.
But I think your fears is that can be, you said it was something about growing, right? So yeah, just asking, it's open for all categories. Yeah, it's. Okay.
And
Okay. All right. I'm sorry. We're really tight on time. So I
earlier that, everything needs to be considered sort of on a fair basis across the board. So that is sort of centered around the IRP rule.
Okay, thank you, Leslie. Okay, so recognizing that we got to 4 or 5 maybe issues of the 13 plus that were itemized in our discussion guide. So we're going to turn to our poll, and in here, if there was something that you wanted to come out today and didn't get a chance to discuss on the action items, in addition to telling us your level of agreement on the action plan items, given the discussion we've just had. And then second question you'll find in there, any additional comments, please put in there if there's something that we didn't get to or didn't have a chance to discuss that you want EPE to hear before they go to finalize their action plan. So I'm going to give you probably 10 minutes here. I see several phones out. Those of you who are on electronically, please go ahead and click through and do a response, and then we'll finish up. We have a couple announcements, so please hold with us until 4 o'clock, and then I think we'll adjourn for the day.
Let me add that your text comments on question number 2 are extremely helpful. We looked at the ones from the prior poll, very helpful. If you have explicit suggestions or comments, please take the time to type those in because they're super helpful. Thank you.
Or an opportunity to.
Hold on.
Phil, do you have a question?
There we go. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. More than. Chairman. some people here, million gallons. And I can make it right, so except for this, then I can make this big, 3 or 4 days. After living this reasonably. The surface is all the time. It's important for us to be part of the family, so. Things like that, central, power. Central better. Creation center, right. So the playoffs, taxes and Texas, I had people out with that potatoes. So close. Why the
Yeah, they're dropping off. So we'll leave this poll open in case when we adjourn, you still want to add comments. We have a number of you, but we see there's still want to honor your time to try to adjourn as close to 4 o'clock as possible. So, Kathy, let me advance the slide. Let me, do we still have the slides?
Here. Yeah, we got it. I'll do it.
Are we still, yeah, we should still be able to. So now the question you've all been asking, how do we bring the stakeholder process to a close? Our plan is as follows. Let me just summarize this graphic. As we mentioned, many of you have been with us from the beginning of this process. We've had 8 workshops, 7 office hours, over 32 hours of engagement, more than that by all of you. And we appreciate that very much. Let me see if I can get this out of your way. Thank you. So the plan, we had planned a session on September 11th to ask you all for your input on this entire process. We are still planning to do that. Yet we are inserting another session the week of August the 11th to allow the EPE team an opportunity to present their revised, updated, maybe near final draft of the statement of need and action plan. Based on today's input from stakeholders, the team has agreed to take a look at that and come back to the stakeholders sometime the week of August the 11th, the date and time, which we will announce after talking in more detail with the EPE team, so that we can finalize that stakeholder input to the statement of need and action plan. So you can look forward to an invitation to that. It will be a virtual meeting, and it will feature a presentation by the EPE team on the updated statement of need and action plan.
Okay.
So that's how we intend to close out this process. There will be actually all of your comments, both on stickies, flip charts, and in the survey, the poll survey, we will collect and deliver to the El Paso Electric teams for their consideration. I'd also like to call your attention to the punch list. We've been tracking for the past 4 or 5 workshops any questions that you all had of EPE. That punch list has been tracked and it is posted on our GridWorks website with responses to your questions. So you can refer to that if you want to know how a particular topic was responded to. That is available on the GridWorks website under punch list. Really, honestly, we wanted to do a great big thank you to all of you for your time and energy and thoughtful input in this process. So a huge thank you to all of you. We will also get a written summary of this workshop out by July 30th next week. I mentioned the September 11th virtual session where we will structure an opportunity for stakeholders to provide input, how the process worked, how the process could be improved. We are accountable. GridWorks is accountable for a report to the Public Regulation Commission on how this process worked, suggestions for improvement, things that worked well, etc. So we will be using your input on that September 11th forum to help inform pieces of our report that go to the commission in early October. So that will be the objective of our September 11th. You should, Deb, do we already have a calendar invitation out to folks? Not yet. Deb will get a calendar invitation for September 11th to you all. And of course, you'll see an invitation for a presentation event in the week of August 11th also. So on behalf of the GridWorks team, the EPE and E3 team, and all of the stakeholders, both here and ones who couldn't be here today, we greatly appreciate your attention and your insights. If you have additional thoughts, I'll put the QR code back up in case you're still wanting to get in and add comments. Leave it open as we're adjourning in case there's anything you want to add that gets recorded in the file that we deliver to EP Electric. So with that, Dave or Jim, Judy, Emmanuel, is there anything you would like to say before we adjourn?
Just thank you everyone for all the feedback. This is great. We're already developing our plan on how to take all of this and incorporate it and bring to you the final product. It's been fun. But yeah, this has been great. I don't know why everybody was so worried about it. No, really, thank you very much. I appreciate all the feedback, all that. It's been helpful. Really helpful.
Great. Well, thank you and safe journeys to wherever you're headed next. Thank you to those on Zoom as well. Well, safe travels to wherever you're headed as well. Thank you.
Yeah. Bye.